Kicking off another week of Street Fighter League Pro-JP. We've got Division S, and man, is it going to be a banger. Obviously, you can see what the matches are going to be like today, but one of the biggest things that we've been looking forward to is seeing who's going to pull out the Sea Viper. Vicious here with Senkola, and to kind of break it down, we have Victrix Gaming going up against Nagoya, NTPOJA, Saishunkan Kumamoto versus Crazy Raccoon. Then to kick it all off for the final part of the day, Good 8 Squad versus CAG OSAKA. We had just come back from a very high octane weekend. We had World Warrior number 3 conducted over in Japan with a bunch of heavy hitters. And boy, I'm not going to spoil it out for the finals, but if you weren't there for it, I highly recommend you check out the VOD because they're bringing that exact same energy into week number 7. Before we get into it, Senkola, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, you know, after a weekend of that, as well as being out in Puerto Rico. Watching these players play all across the globe has been fantastic. And right now in Japan, they're playing for that 15 million yen. That's some of the prize pool that we've seen previously. But looking at the scoreboard real quick, at the top spot, Good 8 Squad, 170. Nagoya NTPOJA at 150, tying, or in the differential at the very least, with Crazy Raccoon at 150 as well. Saishunkan Kumamoto at 110. Victrix Gaming at 110 as well. It's CAG OSAKA at 80. Very contentious compared to the other division. And it's very doable, very possible for even the ones at the bottom and even for the ones at the top to drop below the qualification line.
Yeah, I mean, so much in contention here when it comes to seeing how close-knit these teams are with the points. Kind of similar in terms of Division F from what we'd seen in the previous week. Everything's really coming together in the second half of the season. As expected, right? These are indeed going to be the final runbacks that these teams are going to get. And I love seeing Frida and Hamiko representing themselves well at the desk, getting their energies up, and also rocking the merch as always. But we had talked about the prize pool. We also talk about all of the incentives that go on with the players throughout the entirety of the season, courtesy of our sponsors, right? Obviously, Taiyo Holdings being one of the biggest sponsors we could ever ask for Japan, also rocking it out during Capcom Cup. But for the most part, there's been so many other people that have been a part of the realm of Street Fighter League, allowing us to have these individual awards. Obviously, we have the Grand Final MVP Award. We have the Division MVP Award, Rookie of the Year, the Drive Gauge Efficiency Award, as well as the Drive Impact Award. And it grants 50k yen to each recipient. Again, all because of the fact that we had all these collaborations and these big sponsors coming into Street Fighter League Japan. And speaking of collaborations, Senkola, you want to take this one?
Yeah, Avispo still out here doing the interviews with the winning team. So if you're a native speaker or if you can put the translations on the captions, well, do so, because it's getting that insight, the nitty-gritty into how and why they were able to take those W's. And again, shouts out to them for coming through to help support the scene from outside the scene and getting a closer look at what goes down in the streets. It's just great to see people from, again, from around the world to converge and be like, okay, I want to see what's going on with fighting games, become more and more a part of that. So I hope that ambassador stuff that Capcom is going with continues from where they're doing it in Japan, across the globe. I know we've seen that with things like say Jam Slam and such like that. The challenges thing that's going on too as well with the coaching. So more of that is for the better. It all leads to this. These players getting better and better, emboldened, and leading up to things like Street Fighter League. And Street Fighter League has been ridiculous. US and E were coming through real soon, alive. That is alive. And as we get closer to the playoffs out here, we're going to find out who is going to be fighting against those Titanic teams a little bit later on. But for right now, as you mentioned, these are the runbacks. You know, previously, even for the very first match, Victrix Gaming versus Nagoya NTPOJA. Last time that occurred, Nagoya NTPOJA took it 30-20 over Victrix Gaming. But there might be a switch up in terms of characters and a selection in terms of order as well.
Right. I mean, we've all had the big anticipation towards Sea Viper, whether or not that was going to be utilized for Division F from the previous day, because granted, she was going to be legal by that time. She is fully legal this time around, and I'm sure a lot of the players have had their good time with her to practice up. One of those players hopefully being Ryukichi. That would be super sick if he actually moved on over to the Viper camp. but he's been doing a great job with Mai regardless. Then, of course, the hero of Sunrise, we got Moke representing himself well with that Chun-Li, playing a whole different style that's been really successful and a real pivotal part of this team. And speaking of pivotal parts of the team, we got Fujimura. Something tells me he's going to be absolutely ready with this Viper because he's been addicted, as you might have seen on his streams and social media. Then, of course, the strongest spear, Sakonoko, who's also representing himself with the DLC characters almost every single time. He's going to be rocking out with that Elena. I'm really curious to see what the character selection is going to be like and also what the roster is going to be.
Okay, throw up the signs already. I definitely want to see who's going to be playing that C Viper, or if they're going to be sticking with their mains. Whatever the case may be, they're going to get their revenge. They're going. NTPOJA has been showing out and standing up this season. It's for a collective of reasons. The players have gotten better. The strategies have gotten better. They're way more informed. And KB leading this pack has been nothing short of excellent. But we're taking a closer, deeper look as combination from players that have come from different games to arrive to here. Nagoya, NTPOJA sitting in a very high position right now in points. This is the reason why, or at least one of them, the Daredevil Bounty Hunter, getting more emboldened out here. Nothing guilty about his place. Mochi on the Akuma, taking down opponents with that Satsui no flow. After that, it's going to be the top from Toyama. It's Otani, excuse me, on the Ken, maybe getting fired with other characters. We'll have to see. We've seen him a lot in extra position. We'll see if he comes up somewhere else. The Kung Fu Fanatic with a fantastic fight to Seiya, having a really high placement over at the World Warrior 3. Shouts out to him, I'm assuming, being bolden out here in these streets. And leading the charge, the Hammer. KB and that B standing for business. Man has got one of the most ridiculous minds I've ever seen. The matchup knowledge is there. He is definitely a my guy through and through, not a fly guy right there. This team, I did not expect to see so high up. But as we mentioned, KB has been insane. Mochi is more informed when it comes to playing Street Fighter. Otani's finally finding himself. And Seiya, at least recently, has been getting more W's and now has been able to sleep with a smile on his face, as he had said in his last interview. But with C Viper, that could shake up some stuff. We'll have to see if that happens.
I mean, it's going to be that time to figure out what the reveal is for Victrix Favu Gaming and their side of their camp, what the order is going to be, and also what the character selection is going to be like. Nagoya and NTPOJA. The only thing I don't like about the team is having to put my knee up for KB's pose. That's the difficult thing. But other than that, they've been a really sound team in regards to their current point acquisition, right? In their journey, they have 150 points, tied with Crazy Raccoon, also one of the stronger teams in the league. And man, it's so cool that you see the fans in the locker room representing and also watching their team at least do their best to succeed to victory. And they're doing a fantastic job, I gotta say. Really curious to see what it's gonna be like. So here we go. C Viper is the choice for Fujimura to start off the games today. That's what I'm talking about. Fujimura, who has been adamant about testing out every single DLC he gets his hands on and floats towards success every single time. He switched off so many characters to ensure that he gets W's and ensure that he's still keeping track with the meta. No longer with the Mai, now with the C Viper. Moke with the Chun-Li, Ryukichi going with the Mai, Sakonoko backing up from the bench with the Elena.
And might switch if he needs to, but as you mentioned, Fujimura starting things off. If there's a player where I need to find out what's cheap about a character and how to meld a game plan around what's strong or cheap or whatever it may be, it's going to be Fujimura. He's been like that for years upon years, by his own admission, by his own gameplay that we've seen, and he just builds upon that. Whether it be Akuma, Chun-Li, as you mentioned previously, the Mai. So I'm definitely looking to see what he's going to be doing with C Viper. Who's going to go up? It'll be Seiya, maybe?
That's a tough call. I don't even know. I want to say maybe Mochi.
Oh, Mochi might be good. I was saying Seiya because he did such a good job during the World Warrior. I like to see him kind of lead that charge, take that energy that he had, getting those massive amount of points over at the most stacked World War you could ever ask for. That's in Japan. And then take that W and then just ride the momentum from there. But Mochi is also not a bad pick either. I feel like this is a team that can kind of go back and forth a little bit in terms of who they're going to select. I don't know why they said Hamiko, what they're referring to the interviews for. Not sure. We'll find out in a second. But I would like to see Seiya, but as you mentioned, Mochi might be good. KB, I would like to see him, honestly, be in anchor position. I know that we, have seen KB come up in a first to two scenario, but I just like KB being in anchor position to kind of close things out or tie it up if need, because he's probably the strongest player I think right now in league in terms of wins and losses, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly. I kind of had just picked Mochi more so for like the character matchup. I think like Seiya is not a bad idea. I feel like they could kind of go back and forth between each other in terms of controlling the neutral. I think Seismo does a great job of halting. Oh, it's Otani. It's Otani, so completely out the gate. It's gonna be the Ken pick. But just to kind of reharp on that topic, I think both can do really well against controlling each other, against each other's turns in the neutral. I think C-Viper Seismo really halts Chun-Li's kind of like approach of trying to like walk back and forth within ranges. Also halts her from throwing out any sort of Kokoken, any fireballs freely. She could trade off of it if need be, or even like super jump burn cancel past them. I feel kind of the same with Ken, having a slower fireball, a little bit easier to react to as well. I'm not too sure about what C-Viper is going to do once she gets knocked down. We talked about one of the big options that Ken does have off of knockdowns, which is the throw loops, right? Pretty difficult for C-Viper to get around. She could do like maybe a jump instant burn kick if need be, but it's also like something that needs to be considered. If you call that correctly, if you block correctly, you could get punished for it on the way down too. So something to really consider. I think C-Viper, her biggest weakness without having a level 1 or level 3 or just like super bars in general, her defense is pretty lackluster, right? She doesn't have the same type of defense she used to in 4. Her Heavy Thunder Knuckle is not invincible on Wake Up anymore. She can't use OD Seismo for invincibility to cancel and steal turns away. Nothing of the sort. So I think it kind of makes sense for Otani to test the waters here, especially with the current placement he's in, not really accumulating points for himself as much. He's currently like 1 and 5 in terms of participation. But we'll see. I think if Otani can run his game on a character that's kind of brand new, so long as he has a somewhat of a good idea of how the matchup works, I think he could find success over Fujimura. I think there's a possibility.
I agree with that, because I remember Tokido talking about having to fight DLC characters, like new characters, especially like tournament or even league. This is what, 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, I'm not sure, but it was like a few years ago that he was like, if I don't know the matchup, I'm gonna try to rush them down. I'm gonna try to overwhelm them, so it's harder for them to have those answers back or enact whatever gameplay that they've tried to structure at the moment. And stop thinking about, oh, I have to do this, this, and this too much. Just play your own game, and Ken can definitely do that. We've seen him not get changed in terms of access to that with win condition. Obviously, it's not as powerful in terms of finishing the job as other characters, but the access towards the corner carry is always going to be there for this character. Every interaction will lead you there with the quickness. And I think in terms of like that weakness you mentioned in terms of like her defense, he can still kill that drive gauge. Like, he can still harass the drive gauge continuously with like Stand Fierce. We've seen backstep Stand Fierce from Otani a lot, and if you're blocking that, you lose a big chunk. Jinrai still does what it has to do in terms of killing the drive gauge as well. So the more the deficit, you take those resources away, the less you can do in terms of like jump cancel, side switch into burn kicks to go outside the corner, or for damage for her, or for access for other things, and to put her in the deficit and burnout, which will put her on the back foot. So I think that might be the strategy from Otani. In the interview though, Fujimura says, see Viper's release, and I am the one to use Viper. I'll show all the moves I've made ready. And once again, if you want to see what's good about a character, you watch Fujimura, especially in the first couple of weeks with the character. He will tell you, he will show you what is strong and work around that and abuse that as much as possible.
Yeah, somebody had brought up a very, very valid point too against the matchup. Not being able to contest against Jinrai as well is also a pretty make or break situation geared towards like that matchup, right? I think there's a lot to really talk about in regards to like trying to stop Jinrai pressure. I think if I'm not mistaken, you would need like 5 or 6 frames to kind of burst through and get a punish counter in between like a Jinrai into whatever follow-up. She is short by a frame. Like Heavy Thunder Knuckle is 7 frames, so she's not allowed to actually break free of pressure off of that, if I'm not mistaken. So that is a little bit rough to kind of consider.
Yeah, I'll have to go for parry. And then you see the hesitation from the Ken players, and that structuring that Otani has, he's been having for a long time. If you're playing Ken this long, makes it even more devious. And again, the more drive gauge that gets depleted, that's less access to offense. That's a closer step towards death when she's in burnout. For Big Bird and some of the other C Viper players being like, man, she is not good in burnout. There is not much I can really do. So Otani says, I didn't expect Fujimura doing things like this, but I won against Fujimura when I played in an offline match, so I'm sure I'll get wins again. So he's had experience in Fujimura, maybe not with this character, but he's had experience fighting Fujimura, at least offline. So he wants to continue that success, continue that W collection. But he didn't expect Fujimura to play the character. But once again, it goes back to run your game plan. You know, do what you have to do more aggressively and try to smother them before they can get their game plan started. If you don't know the matchup in full, I'm sure most people don't, but the C Viper players don't either. They've only had 3 weeks with the character, and while that seems like a lot if you've been grinding 18 hours a day like Kawano, who has his mind with Sin with this character, we'll go into that a little bit later on, it's still not comparable to somebody who's been playing a character that's been 3 years through tournaments, through league, through whatever it may be, and has had more time to access. Like, that time is not equivocal. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's been a lot of hype like circulating around Fujimura, right? Like everybody's kind of like talking about his former self. Yukadon is back. If you guys had ever watched how Fujimura played back in Street Fighter 4, he was like a true C Viper main, and was one of the more impressive execution monsters out there with this character. So it's really interesting to see like how much of this has really grown on him in regards to like transitioning from Street Fighter 4 back into Street Fighter 6. Because he's already been fundamentally sound. Like, he's been one of the highest point earners in Street Fighter League Japan, and also one of the quickest to adapt towards new characters. I think his understanding of like how the current operation of Street Fighter 6 works in terms of like, you know, mechanically, any adjustments that are made. And I feel like there are a lot of moments where I feel like Fujimura has kind of slept on the conversation of one of the strongest in the region, right? He may not be participating as often in some of the bigger offline events as often, right? When we do see him, he does have like pretty okay results. But I think in terms of a team atmosphere, like in a team tournament kind of environment, I think he excels pretty well.
Yeah, I think he's very, very reliable. He's very studious. He knows how to, like, what's the best way to put this? Like, he'll go on, first of all, he'll stream a little bit and, you know, obviously practice the character, but he knows how to, like, lock in and grind, and then in the background, study the CFN. Like, he's very well adapted at that. And for him to switch over to C Viper, even though it's, like, a character that he's played previously from Mai, despite being so strong on that character, like, his Mai obviously wasn't bad. I mean, it hasn't been doing that bad out here at all. Shows me that he's got something for C Viper. Like, you're coming up here, if you're picking a character up, especially in the second part of the season, no matter how high you are up in the points, you have something ready for them. You have a strategy, you have confidence, and I think you're right in terms of like continuous high placements of points in terms of staying out for his team. Fujimura has been one of the best to do it, and he doesn't really get that shine that he deserves. He's just not like high key like other players. He's not just like doing amazing explosive things all the time. Sometimes he sits on the bench, like in previous seasons. They kind of benched him a few times. But I feel like this season I've seen him a lot more. I saw him at EVO. I think he lost to, like, defeat Lee in the Elena pick in the final game, final round. Like deep within. Yeah. And that's kind of defeat Lee with his curse. Every so often he defeats a Japanese player. Just a random one gets picked and selected and gets defeated. So he got hit with the curse. But either way, you know, Fujimura, definitely a fantastic player. Good to see him out here. Otani, I want to see what he does. I want to see what he has in terms of strategy. New with the character or fighting the character, I should be saying. And I want to see, like, are the fireballs going to be super close? Because as you mentioned, bird kicks will go over those fireballs. I think there's going to be more played poking fireballs rather than zoning, as Ken should do in the first place. More of the stand fierceness, the heavier buttons to kill the drive gauge. How will Fujimura react to that? How will we deal with all that? How is he going to keep his drive gauge up? I want to also see what Fujimura does with his resources, because that's such a different thing. Because you have to be so locked in on how much you're expending. Do you get close to burnout? Are you going to, like, kind of ride that line a little bit? Are you going to be safe and solid? You know, for knockdowns that are going to expend for the extension off the heavy knuckles, so you're nice and close. We'll see, though.
So as it stands right now, again, Otani is going to be the first one up to face off against Fujimura. A lot of things to highlight. It's whether or not Fujimura can withstand the storm before getting knocked down, and also as soon as you lose your turn. I mean, if it's going to be one of those instances where you get locked down in the corner, what are the defensive measures that Fujimura is going to take? On the other side, Otani, how do you find your opener? How do you find that single hit that allows you to get your steamroll happening, right? Like in order to get all your OK situations going, pretty much get your maul on, to have a lack of a better expression. But I'm excited to see like what all the training is done from the side of Fujimura, whether or not it's going to shine here against someone like Otani. And Otani really needs this, right? If we were to flip the script and talk about Otani's current stats, right? Very similar in the camp of Fujimura, where he's not really outstanding in regards to like showing himself off on a world scale. I don't think Otani's been able to travel as often. But comparing it in contrast to his performance in the league, we talked about Fujimura's importance being in a team type tournament. Otani had actually had a pretty stellar debut into Street Fighter 6, right? He is actually one of the few Japanese players to really make his mark with Ken very, very early on in the first season of Street Fighter 6. But since then, he hasn't fully adapted to the meta, in my opinion. It's not to take anything away from him, but it feels like watching him play and grind out against some of the other players here, and even some of the things he had talked about where he says, you know, I practiced with Mochi to learn the Akuma matchup. That didn't even work out too well from the previous week. Just watching his overall performances even prior to that, not really able to score games within the set. It's been a really rough shot for Otani. So sending him out first to kind of do the due diligence and figure out what needs to be done against potential Vipers going forward, I think that's an okay call for Nagoya NTPOJA, but it's like if you don't have the proper intel, I think it's totally fine to just send him out there to try to steamroll C Viper, just based off of how she operates as a character, right?
I definitely want to highlight the fact that, and I 100% agree with you in terms of like, he's not updated. He hasn't updated the firmware. It's still on, you know, the previous patch for him. I want to hope that he has something new that's a little bit more updated, like the way that Tokido plays. There's not as much drive rush jab and things like that. I feel like the staggering off the heavier buttons was a little bit more important for him. He's going for different sequences for Jinrai. He's obviously different than more, you know, than other kid players. But I definitely feel like there's more that kid players have to do in terms of being more of like a solid. What's the best way to put this? It's more for kid players to do when they find the access towards the corner to get the kill. You know, you don't have the damage that you used to. You don't have that light kick follow up Jinrai into like a super or whatever. Now you get the knockdown, you get the Oki right after that. You're taking more turns. I was actually talking to a player called Crate Gangan over in Puerto Rico just this weekend in First Attack. He was like, I have these new setups after some of these knockdowns, because I'm not gonna go for damage routes. I'm going for moments where I'm getting more plus frames or meaty scenarios. He's like, I have to do that more often because, you know, the damaging routes aren't really there. I can't just drive rush up like I used to initiate. So when I find my hits, I have to try to continue my pressure in terms of applying plus frames right after in the mid screen now, instead of waiting for a corner scenario where I can apply plus frames or a knockdown where I can mix you up there or whatever. Like using Oditatsu, for example, so you can do like light Dragon Lash or medium Dragon Lash at a certain distance to catch people off guard. Things like that have to occur now a lot more mid-range, so they do in the at the end screen. So let me re-explain. I was talking to Craig Gangad, the Ken player. He was like, I can't access like the knockdowns that I used to, like the drive rush jab and stuff like that doesn't work out. So my knockdowns mid-screen have to be into like Oditatsu now or something different. So he's switching up what he's done. What he's doing mid-screen.
I disagree with him completely. The thing is, it's like Oditatsu, if we're talking about doing like enhanced run Tatsu, its sole purpose is to drive somebody into the corner and set up for Oki. Like that route doesn't set up for damage ever. That route is not necessarily utilized for damage ever. It never has been since season 1. I don't know what he's talking about. I'll be very blunt. In terms of Jinrai, that's the only time you've lost your quote-unquote damage routes off of a counter hit. It was never guaranteed either. So that's also another thing off of the board. I think Ken's damage output is still pretty succinct and still stable off of any sort of hit that he manages to get. And even so, if he manages to land a hit and get into a target combo to launch for Jinrai, for medium, for juggle, or anything like that, I think he's totally fine. I think Ken's damage output has not changed outside of Jinrai counter hit light kick. Yeah, I've seen the way Crank Gang God plays. I don't even know. I don't think any of those statements are valid, to be very honest. And I know it's like the
lost in translation with me, so it might be my fault.
But no, I just think, yeah, even like just thinking about it, right? Like listening to that information and trying to put it together, like none of that is true. It's just like if we've watched all the Ken players go through season after season, none of that is true. And that's like, I don't know. It's such an interesting kind of perspective to think about it that way. It's like now I have to set up for Oki, I have to set up for like higher damage routes. I'm like, he's already got high damage routes to begin with, right? It's not something that's, even if you had to adjust to that, Ken's more than versatile to handle that with his current kit.
I guess that's true. What do you think the Ken players need to do then right now to adjust like the current meta? Besides like the Tokidos and not Pedros and things like that. What's their adjustment to be more quote-unquote more consistent? Or is it just a mindset thing?
It's hard to talk about consistency when every player is kind of adjusted towards like some of the ranges that Ken likes to play at, some of the options that he does have, because at any given moment, like somebody could just guess parry, right? At any given moment. This applies to any character, by the way. At any given moment, somebody could guess parry and force it to lose momentum. However, I think Ken is more than able to kind of bring it back towards his favor with the slow fireball, right? Being able to get proper spacing traps with such a slow fireball, or at least a slow light fireball, is really, really important. But most people nowadays would kind of like hedge their risks towards perfect parrying the fireball or waiting for the drive rush so that they could just interrupt or try to, right? If you've noticed that a lot of the meta too, like people would drive rush after a very well-spaced fireball to throw off the perfect parry timing and secure their way in, because if they mess up the timing on perfect parry, they either have to commit to an OD uppercut, which leaves them vulnerable to a drive rush or an empty drive rush into block or whatever, because of how many frames they get from certain ranges, or they just sit there and take the pressure. So it's hard to tell. I just think like damage output wise, it's not going to be as strong as like an Akuma. It's not going to be as strong as a Ryu in comparison.
Yeah.
I think the most that Ken can get out of his current kit is securing a knockdown and applying pretty decent mix-up pressure. Like although he doesn't have anything that gives him plus frames off of a meaty, I still think his ranges and conversions off of normals are more than capable to take down like any character.
You know, I agree. I just, maybe it's also a matter of players like picking up characters that are just stronger, that they feel are stronger. Like we obviously seen Rikichi go over to Mai. But you know, watching people like not Pedro play, like I see the vision of the character. Even if there are different ideations in terms of what they do with the character or why he's weaker or stronger or whatever it may be, seeing players like not Pedro evolve, Tokido evolve the character still shows that he still has weight to it. Like the character still has weight. Like he's still a millionaire. He's still getting the corner character. He's still getting the win condition off. He's still getting the pressure right after the Jinrai. Though it is a little bit less chip, the chip is still ridiculous. And there are certain characters like obviously C Viper that cannot handle Jinrai without a reversal or a fast 7 frame or below, well 6 frame, excuse me, or below answer to that character. So like I don't think it's a matter of like the character's weaker. Maybe power creep, but in this game, everybody's powerful. Everybody is like, it feels like everybody's top tier when they're hitting you. We'll see what happens out here. Otani, what's the game plan against C Viper? Show me that pressure, or it's going to be reversed because C Viper has quite a bit of pressure on her side of things. Let's get it. First match.
Yeah. Already trying to test the patience of Otani. Using Seiya's account, it kind of threw me off. He threw out the feint earlier just to see what the reaction was going to be. We do to get the Thunder Knuckle. Oh, just outside of range, make it hurt. I like this knockdown situation too. You get a safe jump if you manage to do the jump medium punch into the burn, or sorry, into the thunder. What am I saying? Burn kicks, excuse me. I was gonna say Thunder Knuckle again for some dumb reason, but yeah, burn kicks off of that air to air is pretty important off of that side though.
Try for a stand here, try to go for the low. Good blocks so far from Fujimura, trying to get aggressive too as well with the feint cancels. And with the medium Thunder Knuckle, not too bad. I was gonna go for the heavy knuckle right there for the anti-air.
Yeah. Oh. Looking a little bit dry too is Fujimura, but that's going to be the nature of the beast. I like this option. Level 1, just enough damage going into that route. Perfectly calculated in terms of the drive gauge usage. Now, this is kind of broken too. If we're looking at the drive gauge efficiency award, like, C Viper might be the perfect candidate to kind of like bump your stats up. I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, you're right. Actually, you're so right. Going to be spending quite a bit. off the cancels continuously. And the fact that she gets the bar back and get aggressive. Oh, perfect parry. Hold that thought. The knockdown right after the follow-up. Fantastic stuff. Crosscut, heavy knuckle, use the extension to get nice and close. Meaty with the crouch spears, cancels for days. Level 2 should be coming through. Yes, sir.
I think that might have been autocorrect because of the fact that it's a quarter circle forward. I think there's a way to kind of just time your thunder knuckle correctly, but I think I'd have to double check that actually to see how that works out in terms of like catching people in the corner. I think there's a way to kind of just like hold forward, like you would do the quarter circle forward and kind of get underneath the character and still have your input held enough, like long enough for a thunder knuckle. I'd have to double check that.
Sick. That might be the case. Try to get aggressive with a dry brush forward heavy kick, but there's the back throw though. This is what Ken likes to do, is cook up in the corner.
Yeah, when you get the punish counter right. We talked about super jump canceling burn kicks from certain ranges. It's not going to necessarily get you out of jail for free. And look at this. This is the pressure we were talking about. Now, Otani was actually trying to get away with a lot of run pressure, which he did, guiding himself that throw, but the wake up level 1 from Fujimura was enough. And look at that, the reaction against the fireball. Yo, Fujimura. Not this time though. Burn kick just within range to get caught by it.
Seisman, he'll take that trade any day of the week right now for Fujimura to get some space over this place. Don't let him in. Excuse me, Otani, I keep looking at the name, is a little bit lower on the drive gauge, so drive brush stand fierce, so when he fireball won't be a threat for right now. So he goes in the green area, jump heavy kick off the jump cancel, fake out trade. Oh, the jump in, jump light kick, catching on the other side. Standing up set point.
Knocking him door a little bit, Fujimura. Not going to be too in fear of some of the light strings that Otani's been presenting thus far. Oh. It's kind of tough too, right? Fujimura's also in a really interesting space where he doesn't want to size mode because like Otani could easily steal that space. That neutral jump could have been everything for Otani. Was a good idea. We do get the extension on the thunder knuckle, or yeah, the thunder knuckle knockdown.
Walking forward, inching forward.
Ooh.
Finds a low confirm. Spins it a bit of bar. The walk up throw again. Of course, Fujimura. Trying to go for thirds. Attack is there. Low forward of the gods. Enhanced Tatsu. No, it's an enhanced side switch instead off the Dragon Lash. Drive brush jab. DP level 3 wants to get the bar back. Obviously will not kill. Too much scaling on that, but Death Door. Lot to work with in terms of resources for Otani.
Ooh, that's one point kick. That much closer to getting a single hit. Actually, a single hit for both. That could have been it. We still get the back throw. Punish counter as well. Still, Ken's going to be a little bit closer. Yeah, he was threatening the meaty, but Otani, the reaction against the burn kick. Nice work. OD uppercut to stuff out that option completely against Fujimura.
Well done for Otani to be able to have those reactions, not going for the fireball, going for something different in terms of like the special moves. But overall, I do like the way that he is like showing so many different looks off the run cancels. Yeah, those started getting defeated, but the different looks in terms of going for like the throw, gets like the focus attack, things like that. The tap parry attempts have been real good, and it's all offense right now. Just like that drive brush throw does get side switch though. Baits out the ODDP, starts off with the heavy. Oh, no jump cancel. I guess maybe saving it, or maybe didn't want to go for it.
Nah, he goes for that knockdown. The roundhouse knockdown is to get to ensure that you get like a really, really meaty setup off a standing medium punch. If it's counter hit, you get a crouching heavy punch link after that. If not, you still get a very easy and stable combo regardless, because that naturally combos into crouching medium punch being +6. So Fujimura still at the receiving end of a lot of damage, just because Otani's able to get these knockdowns, as we had talked about before, catching the big reaction against Fujimura, right? He was trying to stuff out the drive rush. Otani 2 steps ahead with that Dragon Lash, and this is the biggest weakness right now that Viper has. She's not going to be able to utilize any sort of reversal without super. The perfect parry against the overhead. Good call out. Out of there.
Damn, raw DP. No cutscene necessary. Doubles down with another Shoryuken, able to steal it and seal it. That offense just too much to deal with overall. Otani had the ball, ran with it continuously, got the lead, And some of that was just him dealing with the burn kicks, being able to, like, okay, these fireballs are getting got. Let me DP some of these continuously. Also going for a lot of throw pressure, what's going to blow up a lot of what she wants to do on the tap parry tip at the very least. You know, Fujimura was looking for some options, looking for him to play a button right after, but the variance is there. And let me fix my face with the damage, man. Ken can still do it. Let me correct myself, because Ken still got it. You know, some of those interactions were obviously drive, rush, throw, which is going to be what it is. But in terms of the conversions up in the corner, in terms of what Otani needed overall, it didn't really feel like he was on the back foot there. And going for Dragon Lash to catch the crouching medium kick before Fujimura can go for like a cancel off of that to like burn kicks or whatever he wants. Very smart stuff. Great ideation. Otani definitely needed that win.
Yeah, that's kind of like where the meta's kind of been going, which is exactly what I was referring to earlier. Like, I want to see Otani kind of navigate himself around the options off of drive rush. If he wants to make that a valid option towards his offense, he has to understand like when he needs to check all of the other players trying to check him. It's just going to be something you always have to keep in mind. Like, C Viper could do the same thing. If he drive rushes forward, she could use Focus Force to kind of halt her momentum. She could use Size Mode to halt her momentum. A lot of potent tools from both characters that can allow them to blow up anybody that counters drive rush reactions. So Ken still going to be a potent tool against C Viper, in my opinion. Otani getting the big W for his confidence booster. And that's an excellent call, too, from the Capcom Nagoya NTPOJA. I think throwing out their player that that doesn't necessarily have the points right now, but needs the confidence for the W, that was an excellent call. But going into it right now, Moke's Chun-Li versus I was gonna say I don't like the mirror match from here. I'd much rather set out the stronger tool to kind of try to nullify whatever Chun-Li can do, and I think Akuma is the perfect weapon for that.
100%. Fast fireballs, especially off the heavy one. Light when you can follow up with like a drive rush or an overhead or just gain some space. The aerial approach did get better for Chun-Li. Her tensional kicks are more reliable, but the risk reward is still heavily in favor of Akuma. So I feel like with those things we've seen continuously, it's been a problem. And Emochi honestly has excelled in expectations. The very first match I think that he got that big W, or at least the most exciting match I saw from him, was defeating Shuto in the mirror match in a 1st-3. That I did not expect to see him take the W at all, but shows me that he is ready for the streets. He's ready for Street Fighter 6. He has moved from being a champion from a different game to be out here and be more than enough to be a big asset to go at NTPOJA. Moke, though, he has other characters, but Chun-Li, I do like seeing him back on this character because I feel like he's developed this one, especially in Season 1, to such a high level, very technical, but also he's willing to get risky with it. He's willing to spend a lot of bar to be close to burnout or be in burnout and back off and get it back and make it maybe ambiguous, and maybe he'll like back off a little bit and do forward heavy kick and catch you lacking. So Moke, he understands how to maneuver the system mechanics. He took a lot of inspiration from Noah. I say it's a lot because this is something that we talked about over at EWC last year, is that he was like, I go into burnout more now because I know it's safer, because Noah gave me the strategy or the game plan, the blueprint to be able to do so. It's made him a more effective player.
So going into it right now, Moke with Mochi. Dude, I'm actually quite impressed with the way Mochi's been presenting himself this season. It's one of the things that we were kind of looking forward to, whether or not he was going to acclimate himself towards like how everything's been working out in Street Fighter 6, and he has. I actually think he's answered that question and answered that call very well. Looking at the overall record and score that he has, I think it's a biggest surprise. But Moke, on the other hand, he's just been growing so strong at an exponential rate. Both him as a player and him as a character. This guy has got some real jokes and some real trolly real trolly interviews, I will say.
Oh my god. Inside and outside of league, he's a goober, bro. He's absolutely a goober. He's a cool dude also in person. He's very nice. He's very funny, very sarcastic too as well. I think outside of league he's had way more success. He's been a huge threat in the singles tournament, but like I feel like right now in Street Fighter he hasn't really had the success that he's known for usually in league, because usually he's pretty much like, I think in usually the second half or the higher half of like the points in terms of earning, but it feels like he hasn't really been able to find those W's. I think the only win he has had thus far was against Machabo, and that is it so far. All the other matches have been losses, but that one was definitely, I felt like a personal one, I guess, you know, with Machabo and him. I'm hoping that recent win is going to embolden him to get some W's out here. Okay says, Nagoya is doing an offline event and seeing the crowd bursting when Fujimura won. I definitely want to win and make the crowd cold. You are cold-blooded, brother. That is rude.
Yeah, I mean, that's Moke, dude. That's yeah, he's been upping his interview game recently. It's been mostly very charismatic trash talk, but he's been backing it up quite well. I think he's been backing it up quite well, and hopefully we get to see how he performs against Mochi's Goki. I'm actually very excited to see how he adjusts towards like the Chun-Li matchup specifically against Moke, but here we go. Game 1.
Once again, spending quite a bit of bar. It's the way I'm okay. Put him towards the corner, whatever means necessary. Tensho kick, able to hit even better against the fireball. Side switch. Oh, we say in front, excuse me. Nice little setup from Mochi.
Oh, damn, dude, he's catching air like that? That's crazy, dude. And we get the switch. He hit him so hard with the Tatsu, it knocked him over into the Demon's Den. That's wild. I didn't even know Pow Pow Cafe was held. They held real estate right above the Demon's Den. That's kind of cool.
Little speakeasy. The basement below. Perfect parry the punish right after. Well done from Moke. Soaring Eagle double dash up for the sand medium. So far blocks and the punishes. Admin Fist gets some distance. He saves the bar for the drive rush up right after. Perfect parry of the second portion. So he stands, take him towards the corner. What a great just knowledge and timing here from Mochi.
This guy Mochi is a whole different player, man. I'm so proud of watching him develop as a player so far. Moke, we'll save that talk and praise if he manages to seal out the first game. You know what? He's just about to. That punish counter was everything for Mochi. Nice work being able to jump out to level 3 nice and easy. Game 1 going to Mochi with the utmost confidence. Moke coming in with the big trash talk, having to eat his words a little bit early on. I want to know what the adaptation is going to be going up against this very impressive and improved Mochi Akuma.
His corner defense is fantastic. To look out for all the millions of things that Chun-Li can present. Obviously he doesn't have like throw loops, but for medium punch, fireballs, for the heavy kick, things like that, and be able to collect, like stay calm and collective. Very fantastic stuff so far, but as I say that, he's going to get punished with that for a medium kick. Take him towards the corner. See if Moke can make a little bit more of what's going on out here on the other side of the screen. Doubles down with the throw. Walks up once again. It's not real, but Mochi not trying to press any sort of button at all. He's holding these throws. They're adding up.
You know what's sad
delay,
about
though,
that entire sequence? I think Mochi made the right call. Like, I'd much rather take a throw than take any sort of frame trap from Chun-Li. I'm gonna be dead serious. As much as I disapprove of it, I still think Mochi didn't make a bad call.
I get it. I wouldn't do it myself, but I get it. Oh, the space trap with the stand light kick. That's also something significant about him recently. His space traps have been ridiculous. In Burnout, but definitely not an option. He's got a lot of room to maneuver around. He can level 2 with a fireball or any sort of gap. He's got the reversal button, the timing in the medium to follow up, to find the finish, cleans it up, set point. Yo, who is this cat?
This guy's a beast. He might just be one of my favorites from Nagoya NTPOJA just based off of his work ethic. My man has also been mad streaming a lot of his Akuma matchups or a lot of his training regimens. Or, yo, was that like a semi-early jump fierce? What was that? Actually, Moke, he got knocked down, so he went airborne trying to contest.
I don't know. Different sort of timing than I've seen before. Well, she does leave the corner. Saw how difficult it was to leave before. Drive rush overhead. The back jump is there. Perfect parry after the minus frames. Stealing turn back. Dash up, drive rush medium. The throw right after. He's got all the bar to work with.
Oh, DP level 3! He gets to cover that option even after a whiff grab. The options are extra strong with Mochi. Pretty close to burnout as well is Moke. He's forced to spend level 3. If he manages to block any sort of frame trap, it would have been lights out regardless. Moke, I wonder if he had, I think he would have had a much stronger fighting chance perhaps if he had blocked something, maybe one thing into burnout. I don't even know. Yeah. I think Mochi would have had a route for guaranteed chip if he'd secured it, because it was only like one normal away from getting burnt out. That is hard, man. Yo, Mochi.
That's rough.
That was impressive.
Yeah, definitely could have been in like stand fierce and OD fireball, the crouch fierce OD fireball, because he had a ton of drive gauge to give, but Man, the corner defense was fantastic. Like, look, waiting for the proper button to punish. And these space traps, using stand light kick to poke and prod. And then when you think it's your turn, the perfect parry we saw also. And then things like this. Being in burnout is something that we talked about Moke doing. But Mochi's like, if I've got bar, I'm fine. I'm A-okay. Maybe could have killed with a different combo right there, but still. Yeah, see, the next interaction, you're right. Had he blocked that, he probably would have lost regardless. So Wake Up Super was like do or die at that point, and it's definitely die. 20 points to go in NTPOJA. It's up to Ryukichi to at least try to tie things up, but can he do it? Because I would assume KB is coming up. I'm just assuming. But there's no way. 95% chance. This guy has been ridiculous out here. Why would you not put him up as the anchor position?
Yeah, if you have like one of your strongest soldiers going up with like such an impressive win record in the My Mirror match, I don't know what to call it like afterwards. Like, I wouldn't want to put Seiya in this matchup. I don't really think that Chun-Li would be like capable enough, although she has some pretty good tools against Mai's current kit, at least with the fans, right? You have Fireball to contest as well. You have decent range pokes to contest the fans if it's not charged up. And if Ryukichi does decide to charge up any of the fans, I think Roundhouse Azanchu is more than enough to get past the Fireball and also catch the recovery for a fat punish counter. But all that said and done, I still like KB much more in the mirror match.
Oh, 100%. That cat. Didn't even see what he said, didn't even hear him, but the way they're clapping, it's gotta be KB. There he goes. Yes. Give me the mirror match. And again, someone's gonna be able to dissect other characters on a matchup sort of thing. It's going to be KB. If you watch his streams, if you watch any league, he's got such intricacies no matter what character it is. Even if it's like a mirror match, I would assume he's going to be more than fine. He has been the best my player to do it out here in the league. Like, he has been absolutely insane, and that's not going to take away anything from Ryukichi. Ryukichi also has been working up his mind. We saw from EWC to now a way different style, way more confidence, way more of that tech-based sort of gameplay that we see him with the Ken move over to the Mai. But you're fighting somebody who has some of the coolest answers I've seen with this character. Even if you're not a Mai fan, you'll be a KB fan after you watch him play.
Yeah, I mean, look at the points that he has, right? He's been going at it 6 weeks straight, all W's. He's been in the anchor spot twice over to get 80 points for the team. Ryukichi on the other side, not too bad of a record. 4 out of the 5 times he's played, and also being able to get his change up between Ken into Mai has been a very successful one. I think the only time he had lost, I think, was in the previous week, if I'm not mistaken. Taking a look at the record, it wasn't week 6. It might have been week 5. Just looking at it one more time. I think he had lost to Kawano, right? I think that was the first time we had seen the counter pick of Luke against Mai from the side of Kawano, and we had talked about that too pretty extensively. I think Japan is starting to come around using Luke against Mai as a counter pick, from what I remember. I had a full conversation with Drewface about this. Like, he's been doing a lot of research about the Japanese Luke players. They're all thinking to themselves, like, you know what, it might just be the current trend of being able to contest because of the limbs that Luke has, and also the pressure that he gets off the crouching medium punch is really significant too. But yeah, Japan does think Luke may be the counter to Mai because the roundhouse, the knee hop from roundhouse blows up a lot of her ranges, and having a 6-frame startup normal with plus frames behind it is also really difficult for Mai to contest against under pressure.
As you mentioned, also like lurching forward normals like light punch, stand medium, and things like that to contest in some of the areas where she might want to play heavy kick and you're a little bit faster on the draw. And the crouching medium punch being plus as hell is also just a good initiator. Whereas like Akuma doesn't really have that unless he's like drive rushing up comparatively, and the stand medium is like pretty stubby compared to the crouching medium punch. Those all make sense to me. But it's going to be the mirror match, though. Ryukichi says, in danger of the team, it should be my win getting the comeback. So he notices that he needs this to be able to continue. Let's get that 30-20, because previously Nagoya and NTPOJA took it over them. That being said, you know, when you're looking at, like, what's the best way to put this? Like, I'm trying to see, like, a route to victory for Ryukichi, because KB is just such a strong player in terms of breaking down what needs to be done for every character. And you know he's done it for Mai. He's had to fight Mai, so I'm sure he's done something similar. I want to see what Ryukichi has for him, because Ryukichi always has these weird punishes, very situational things. We saw that with the Ken. We have seen some glimmers of that with the Mai. Obviously, it's a little bit on the newer side. But I'm trying to envision a route of a W, because KB has just been so solid and strong. And if there is a chance that we see like a switch, if things do go bad in the mirror, back to Ken, because he does keep the Ken up. He still keeps that character up. He dusts him off, especially up in the offline events and things like that. He wants to keep both characters at the ready. But we'll get to that when we get to that, if it happens. But it may happen. KB versus Ryukichi. See where this goes.
Damn, already off to a very aggressive start is KB. Being able to call out two big mistakes from Ryukichi. And also the walk-up throw, the back throw from Ryukichi was rather brave, and it was an excellent call-out against KB. And speaking of call-outs, he actually dropped the combo, KB, bringing back all the momentum in his favor. We had that fan to start off. Ryukichi burning himself out for the sake of the carry, the sake of some of this damage. KB, a little bit reluctant to spend some of his drive gauge. It might be his downfall, as Ryukichi's already beyond the halfway point of recovering all of his drive gauge.
Toss him. Still in burnout. Charge up fan, drive rush medium. Oh, he still gets the impact. And the bar came back in the last moment. Wasn't able to do anything about it. Staggers a crouching medium punch as well. KB right in that momentum. That was nasty.
Much more of an aggressive start than we're used to. KB being able to perfect parry the fan on the way in from Ryukichi, getting himself at least an install level 1. Firing right back. I'm loving this. An actual definition of the mirror match being played out before our very eyes. Ryukichi making it hurt. So much of the meter spent, or at least the install spent, for that early damage and also the carry. This has been so explosive from both ends. 79 seconds on the clock. Both players initiating with their level 1 so quickly, by the way.
They know that that's like a big part of our win condition, to get the pressure on continuously. KB expending a little bit more drive gauge right there with the OD. Solo, the flame spin right after. Now the charge up fan, the shimmy. Plays with the overhead as well. Kagero no Mai. Not gonna work the jabs, backs off. No perfect parry in sight, but this is fine. He's got quite a bit of drop gauge to kind of hold down the fort with a little bit. Has a level 2 as well.
Yeah, KB's not even gonna give Ryukichi a chance to throw that fireball, right? He could threaten with the level 2, but Ryukichi was actually showing off that hand. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna pump fake a little bit to see if you're gonna react. KB's like, you know what? I'm not even gonna try to let you throw that fireball. I don't give a damn about it. I'm gonna initiate. That was actually so well thought out and played by KB, not letting Ryukichi get started at all within that game.
Perfect parry on the low. Over the crouch fierce though. Maybe crouching meter punch would have been better there. Still he gets a toss towards the corner. Oh, the tap parry attempt. KB starting to blow that up. I feel like every time we see a defensive option, KB has something ready right after. Once again, trying to walk up crouching medium punch. Get got. Level run. Kagero no Mai. About to burn him out. He spins the rest of the bar for that ODTP. Still caught up in the corner though. KB willing to take that.
Not too bad. KB still able to apply this pressure and also offer this knockdown one throw away, but you're actually in danger for chip. And that's it. That's all she wrote. KB harassing with the rest of that meter. It's just too strong. Too much chip damage.
The way that he uses his drive gauge, always has something in his pocket to finish things out, it feels. Oh, walk back stand fierce. Let's catch a button though. Ends the turn, tries to reset things with the OD fan. Delayed back heavy kick, getting the counter hit. Kagero no Mai. His turn to get aggressive. The stand fierce. Able to finish the job, but will definitely do so right now. So in one touch, he's buffering. Forward throw. Well, there's a DP though. Yeah, so a done deal right there. Chip was gonna happen at some point.
The classic spacing trap being implemented by Ryukichi. Just so much control that he had, not only with the life lead, but also with the resources at hand. KB now being the one to initiate. Again, the perfect parry against the charged fan. He's been absolutely ready for this mirror match.
OD fan in response. Close to burn up, but definitely not out of options again. He's got that level 2. Oh, Ryukichi gonna take away the drive gauge right there with the level 1. Very smart stuff. Restocks the fans. But KB still has quite a bit of options in his pocket for that level 2 hovering around.
Yeah, a little bit of a halt there from Ryukichi. He tried to dive bomb his way through, but Ryukichi having the install. He did have the enhanced uppercut after all. KB responding in kind with his own uppercut, excuse me. What a perfect parry yet again!
God!
The response from KB has been absolutely stellar. All of the fireball options, or at least majority of them, have been nullified with a fat punish. Whether it's like something to carry into the corner, whether it's the end of the round, all of it has been so on point from KB.
I think the resource management hustle has been more in his favor. We've seen, obviously went the burnout right there, but he's able to hold the ground because he had the enhancement. He had level 2 behind him. So it feels like he always has something in his pocket ready to unleash if need be. But even around that, he's playing around Ryukichi's tendencies very well. He's like, okay, when you're trying to go for a perfect parry, I'm going to set up to throw you right after and kill your drive gauge in that fashion, in that manner. And we've seen Ryukichi be on the back foot, as we saw with the one-hit chip scenario right there where he tried to jump in and got DP'd. It's those moments that are happening too continuously. Ryukichi hasn't been able to land his moments where he's putting, KB on the burnout in the back foot, putting him in a position where he can whip punish, where he can do it enough where he's taking W's or taking rounds. We see glimmers, we see flashes, but it's not been significant enough to get W's. And man, KB, he is just so good on those perfect parries. We've seen too continuously. As you mentioned, the follow-ups are getting towards the corner. They're getting him Oki, they're getting him damage, they're getting him resources for level 1. They're killing drive gauge so that Ryukichi can't throw out his OD fans or initiate the way he wants to with drive rush. Timeout time.
Yeah, being down 2 games, I would call the exact same thing. Ryukichi, he is definitely a capable player of making these adjustments. I just feel like KB is so well suited. He's like so properly suited for this mirror match against Mai. Right, just looking at how often he's perfect parried the fans. His options playing around Mai's normals, Mai's options have been much stronger in comparison to Ryukichi. Right, I think there's just been a firmer understanding from the side of KB.
Like the buttons that are being played from KB in terms of when he goes for like a perfect pair, like a stand fierce, way more reward, way more off of it. The dash up, gets the lights right after, comes trying to play a button. Ryukichi can't find the timing, the tendencies, what KB wants to do. Have used that OD fan, and that's the problem. He tried to use that as a defensive, get me out of this damn corner type beat. KB keeps him locked in, or so I thought.
Still exposing down below within the range of low medium kick. We do get the level 1 install from the side of KB. Now being able to harass away that overhead, sneaking in every so often to kind of retain the pressure. This guy has been so difficult to deal with. Ryukichi cannot find the right calls. KB is forcing error after error, not putting himself at match point to possibly excel Nagoya NTPOJA to the top. There is a possible 40 bomber here.
Could be happening. Kagero no Mai. Stock up nice and early in the morning. I check for the overhead. I'm surprised to see that. +1, we backdash away. It's like part of the fan, we DP right after again. He knows the options and how to get that lead up. Oh no.
Yet again, but with KB in the corner, this is so tough. Yes, sir. Hella damage incoming. Can you build it up to get yourself into level 2? It's gonna be level 1 again. It doesn't matter. Extra damage on that. You're 1 throw away, and he baits the level 2 from Ryukichi. Nice and easy with the punish. That is Nagoya NTPOJA with the 40-point ball game. KB decimating Ryukichi in ways that we've never seen before. 3-0 in the Mai mirror match. Absolutely ecstatic coming in from KB, the team, the performance. Absolutely stellar.
All across the board, KB finishing things off. Yeah, you're not a my guy. I'm a my guy. That is some true, real deal my guy business right there. The perfect parries with the fan. That showed to me the gulf. And that's no offense to Ryukichi, but like the gulf in terms of understanding how to fight the character, what to do, the options right after the perfect parries too as well. There was a point in the corner, which we may or may not see, where Ryukichi tried to have the same sort of timing with the perfect parry, and it just did not happen. And then you started seeing like more of like defensive OD fans instead of like trying to get damage off, like offensive fans from the side of Ryukichi. That also showed that he was way too far on the back foot, already got lapped continuously by KB, and that guy is just too strong. Once again, 3 games straight, 40 points compared to the 30 to 20 that happened previously. Nagoya NTPOJA, 40 bomb, huge boost, but Victrix Fabu Gaming leaving with nothing is such a detrimental thing right now in the second half of a season where you need as many points as possible. Get that playoff point. This hurts real bad.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, I do agree with you. Fabu Gaming not getting a single point against NTPOJA is more of a detriment to them than anything, right? Nagoya NTPOJA, like, I think whether they won or lost, I don't think it was going to be super impactful against them, right? Because they're sitting right in the middle of the top 3. They had 150 points going into this thing. It was more so up to Victrix Fabu Gaming to score as many points as they could to climb up the ranks, or at least try to this week. So seeing them come away with 0 points is just so difficult to watch. Considering how competent their team is, right? Fujimura, Moke, Ryukichi. I thought that was going to be the dream lineup. I actually changed my guess right beforehand. I'm like, you know what? My guess for this week was going to be Nagoya, NTPOJA, Crazy Raccoon, and Good 8 Squad. At the last second, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of a believer of Fujimura C Viper, and if it doesn't work out, he could always switch to Mai. And then if Ryukichi's on the team, having 2 Mai's in a single set will always be an advantageous look. But man, these guys came to ball, right? Like Otani being called up first to face off against the C Viper, I thought that was pretty genius. Mochi taking down Moke 2-0, that was slightly unexpected, but I'm thoroughly appreciative of the way Mochi played it. But KB, like, I didn't know how it was going to play out between KB and Ryukichi. I feel like KB had the stronger Mai, but I did not expect 3-0. Yeah. I absolutely did not expect 3-0 from KB.
I'm with you. I did not expect to see such dominance in terms of, I have the perfect pairs, things like that. Understanding like the matchup, I knew that was going to happen, but in such dominant fashion, in a way to see Ryukichi on the back foot where he's having to spin drive gauge in other ways for like just to get him off, just for a second. Did not expect to see that, but I'm with you. When I came into this match, like looking at these players and the characters, I was like, there's a good chance that Victrix Fabu Gaming could probably take it. I said Nagoya NTPOJA going into it, but I really thought that Fujimura, to be honest, was going to win his match, or at least get close to winning his match. But Otani, after having the difficulty that he had previously in the season, to see him light up with this kid and get way more informed on what to do with the character and play the matches the way they need to be played, that's what I want to see from him. Seiya, who didn't play, is going to be starting off the winner's interview. He said, it's the best match we've ever done. We're so happy to be able to share this win with the fans in the same place. And I'm sorry, Moke, but I guess they're going to stay hot out there. They're going to stay hot, warmed up, because you do not cool them off. But it's got to be one of those things where they're emboldened also by having the community watch them, all those people packed in the stands, and just, it's like a perfect combination of everything. Seiya, with his recent victory, has to also embolden the team, even though he didn't play. You have Otani finally finding himself more with the Ken. KB just to be KB. And Mochi being a real deal Street Fighter player out here with the space traps and things like that. Just a combination, a collective of absolute killers.
Yeah, it's wild to see like the different perspectives and utilization of my currently in the meta, right? It's kind of weird to say that she's not an aggressive character, considering how we just saw KB perform with this character, right? Like, just because we saw somebody lost their way with like a switch up from one character to another is kind of interesting to see. But man, Mai is really the complete package, right? She could be aggressive in the corner. She could be aggressive with her meter mid-screen with Odi Fan. Like, Odi Fan alone, actually, fans alone, like, right? Being able to get the charge fan is also a pretty big deal. That is already like a lot for people to consider, like, especially when, sure, you could perfect parry it too, but if it's backed behind a drive rush and disrupts your timing, you're going to be falling real susceptible to any of the mix-ups at hand. And I think that's kind of dangerous.
Then you have to worry about the fact that if she spins OD fan, yeah, she's spinning bar right there, but if she's able to get her aggression on, she builds that bar back up. So she gets the return damn near immediately. And so if you're a high-level Mai player like KB, who's been able to work around what makes her strong, and then also matchups, it's a match made in heaven. And I think that's why we see people like KB have such good success with that character, and others that don't. Like, you could be the complete package but not know how to use the package. You know, we've seen other Mai players pick up the character and find those W's, but someone like KB understands how to meld the two together. I know the matchups, I know how to fight the character, I know how to utilize everything great about her to stay aggressive and stay on top. Otani says, before my match, I was surprised with Fujimura's picks. but I had to win in front of the fans. I was expecting Sako, so that drove me a little nuts. It's kind of funny because, like, I wonder if he would have had success fighting Sako, because I would have to assume that Sako had gotten ready for that matchup. I think I saw Sako playing a little bit of Kens every so often to get ready for the possibility of this. But it's always funny to see a player be like, I won, but I was expecting the other person, so I'm a little bit mad that all this practice that I had for this character didn't come to fruition, but hey, I got the W either way.
And then moving on to Mochi also, man, I was thoroughly surprised to see him play the way he played against Moke, right? Moke just got shut down in a way that we don't really get to see often, right? Whether it's like online or offline, Moke has always been like a dominant character or dominant player to kind of like show off his Chun-Li in a very dominant way and also making quick adjustments towards anybody. But against Mochi, I felt like it was definitely it was something difficult to kind of like apprehend, right? Like, because Mochi doesn't necessarily have like the strongest record overall, and he's coming in with a little bit of weight on his shoulders in comparison to the previous season. So seeing him improve and take down one of the strongest Chun-Lis we could ask for with Akuma in 2-0, I should say specifically. Not even just Akuma, but just 2-0 in general. That is very impressive. And he also had a word in with the winning interview to kind of talk about that. Obviously, he's pretty happy, so he says it himself. He says, I'm happy to be able to win against such a strong player like Moke. It's all thanks to the fans in front of us. Really appreciate all the cheering.
I want other Akuma players that are kind of down on the character to watch Mochi. I want them to look at what he is doing, the space traps, the confidence he has up in the corner to deny what Chun-Li wants. Even though, like, the throw loops, as you mentioned, like, he did the right thing, to be honest. Like, it wasn't, you understand why he's taking those throws compared to getting hit with, like, stand beat him into 40% of your life. And overall, that defense paid out. Like, I want other Akuma players that are like, man, he can't do it, he needs more help, blah, 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 to watch this cat play. KB, though, said I was able to move just like I practiced. The key to the My Mirror match is how much I can perfect parry, so I was great to be able to do what I brought. I mean, we saw it, like, perfect parry, but it's not just perfect parry. It's, what am I perfect parrying into? Stand fierce, DP, they're going to lurch forward. We saw perfect parries to the side of Ryukichi, but they wouldn't be in anything as significant in terms of corner carry or ways on out, and the timings wouldn't be there. So, like, KB definitely understood the assignment in terms of how to perfect parry, what to follow up with, how to maximize the damage right after. So it felt like the momentum was really never out of his hands, he said often. It's the third time in all games we were able to win at this offline event, so we definitely wanted to try to win today as well. It's great that we achieved it.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. A very big moral victory for Nagoya NTPOJA all across the board, right? Otani getting his big W, KB establishing his dominance in the My Mirror match, which is absolutely vital for the current meta, and then Mochi being able to flex that prowess with Akuma. I'm so excited to see what their future is going to be like in these next couple of weeks. Victrix Travel Gaming, a lot of homework to be had to study not only C Viper, but also readjust that Mai from Ryukichi and also Moke. Maybe readjust his pre-game interviews, because he's been getting mobbed every time he's felt himself with that confidence. Sako's got a lot to put up on the board and to try to figure out and reconfigure this team towards victory. But either way you spin it, that's 40 points from Nagoya NTPOJA. Moving into our next matchup coming up soon. Saishunkan Kumamoto going up against Crazy Raccoon is going to be insane with the potential considered. C Viper is on the loose, and we'll get to that in just a little bit longer. But their next matchup with Nagoya NTPOJA in further weeks, they have to face off against Crazy Raccoon. That's going to be kind of sick.
Yeah, so the next match is going to be the decider, whether they could be in the second place position, which once again is big. You want to be comfortable with the points, and to an area where you can maybe try different things. You know, we've seen some of these players once they already qualify for the playoffs or where their position isn't really threatened, they're like, oh, I can try this or that. I can put up these players or try these different sort of strategies in terms of like the order, whatever it may be. So we'll see what happens with that. But again, Saishunkan Kumamoto against Crazy Raccoon is our next match. It's going to be an absolute banger.
選手にとっても力になっておりますので、高評価やチャットメッセージというところをぜひですね、
I'm just taken aback by Nagoya NTPOJA's performance overall. Man, I knew I shouldn't have switched. I switched just to be a contrarian, bro. I saw you guys pick the same thing, and I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna go with Victrix Travel Gaming on this one because I like the potential with Sea Viper and Mai. You know, it is what it is, bro. I think I would be 100% right now, but I might just jinx it. It really depends on how Soul and Crazy Raccoon do. But I'll tell you what, man, we gotta give a big shout out to all the sponsors that have been throwing it down every single time over in Street Fighter League Japan. Galeria now being an official sponsor for a lot of the Capcom esports related events and all of the locals involved in Japan that requires a PC, whether it's Street Fighter, in the realm of fighting games, whether it's any sort of FPS that occurs or any arena shooter. Galeria has definitely been the machine of choice, I would say, throughout Japan. I've seen so many of them throughout Tokyo. There's so many different venues that I've gone through in terms of different locals. I've been to so many different internet cafes, and I've seen this exact machine being utilized, and it's obviously such a perfect fit.
Suzuki, also a perfect fit for the sponsorships that we've seen out here. They've been doing so for a while. We've seen that bike everywhere, at least for the big events like Evos and the Capcom Cups and things like that. And once again, I need to take a seat on the Suzuki, okay? That's going to be the brand name right there. Look at that. The purple one, I still haven't got a chance to do it. Capcom Cup, it's me and you, Suzuki. All right, we're going to link up. But once again, shouts out to them for supporting Street Fighter League, Capcom Cup, everything Street Fighter. It's been great to see all these sponsors come through to keep this going, to keep emboldening the fans, the players, and give us more to play for. Well, Saishunkan Kumamoto, Crazy Raccoon is going to be the next match. You do not want to miss it. On the other side of this break, there'll be even more Street Fighter League action coming right at you. Don't go too far.
実際にも公式サイトを移しましょう。
はい。ということでね、今回のアップデートではランキングのページにマッチアップという項目が新たに、追加されることとなりました。これにより、キャラクターの対戦カード別の勝率なんかをこうチェックすることができます。キャラクターだけではなく、選手という目線でも、確認がしていけるというところなんですね。これ選ぶと、こう選手はこんな感じで出たりとか、あとこうキャラクターにすれば、キャラクター選択でキャラクター出てくると。気になるのは前ですよね。どういう感じで前が勝ってるのかみたいなのが分かってくるという感じですね。エレナは前に勝ってますとかね、リリーが前に勝ってますから、こういうのを見るわけですね。で、もちろん選手の目線でも見ていけますよね。
しかもこれ過去のデータもいけるんですよね。
そう面白いのが、このストリートファイター6が始まってからのストリートファイターリーグすべてのデータが蓄積されてますので、おもろいのはキャラクターですかね。
確かにこれはすごい重そう。データ量がやっぱ多いからね。
で、ストリートファイターリーグで一番行われた試合は皆さんご存知江戸対豪輝です。
やっぱ江戸豪輝なんだ。
江戸が勝ち越してます。
とかっていうことを語れるんですよね。
そうですね。あとシーズンはイヤー1ではやっぱりこのケンキャミの組み合わせかなり行われて、キャミ B 有利だったねとか、そういう感じで見られるようになっております。これ非常に楽しんでぜひ見てみてください。
さらにちょっと試合中にも本出しで出てきてますけど、選手の Q&A 情報っていうところもアップデートが一部入ってるっていうことで、ちょっと参考に次のチームマッチ2が最瞬間ソル熊本と CR なんで、ちょっとどちらかから選んでみましょうか。
5回見てみますか。Q&A がねちょっと増えてるっていうことで、データがいっぱいあって、ここか。これもっと見ると
中間節で今これですね。これも全部まるっとアップデートですかね。
アップデートされております。成績、自分の成績についてとか、そんななんか新たにこう注目してる選手とかいろいろあるんですけど、結構やっぱパーソナルが分かるところもあって、デートの時に来てくれたら嬉しい服装は小林からするとタンクトップという情報が
なるほどね。
ことが分かりましたって感じで非常に楽しく見られるので、ぜひ皆さんチェックしてみてください。
今回もね選手のパーソナリティが分かる Q&A たくさんございますんで、皆さんぜひ公式サイト見てください。
よろしくお願いします。
お知らせは以上です。さあこの後は試合準備のため休憩に入らせていただきます。休憩の後チームマッチ2最瞬間ソロ熊本対クレイジーラクーンの模様をお届けしてまいります。再開は8時22分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
さあ、やりましょうか。いい？これでおやすみなさい。え？そうね。さてと、さっさと片付けましょう。
United Kingdom.
たく、人使い荒いわ。
Here comes a new challenger. Viper wins.
シューちゃんコプター来た。なるほど、この ESR の部分。
はい、はいはい
飛びだ。
ドーンはい、うますぎるよ、こんなのいいよ、人見できてる。いいよ
あばれてきた。
お、いいねいいねいいね。
いい、崩れない崩れない。
いいんじゃない、発信がなきゃいいんじゃない。
おいしいおいしい。
おい、冷静すぎる。
マジ
内容やばいな。
これ何もしないやばいね。いや、削られちゃうかこれ。
これは
これいける？
ナイス。
強すぎ。強すぎ。
あと投げ一発での
出たー。出た、一発出た。
投げ抜ける夢がついてます。さあガチ
きたー、もう一回か。うわ
タッチ攻撃先端。
ナイス。
まださすがに小坂だと思うけどね。いや、だったらもうお祭りっす。
お祭り
で。
対象は小早、ザンゲフ。
おお、小早。
やったー。すいません。
全然小早やった。
いや、これはザンギ側の逆転の手がかなり薄い。
うわ、はい。
元祖地上戦と言わんばかり。
オッケー。はい。ナイスナイス。
ありです。インパクト2回目。
仮面。うまいね。ある。おこたしコパ奥。えら。
ここから僕攻めは。
まあ
しゃあない。これはしゃあない。
むしろ攻めやすくなる。
国を狙うか。まあカウンターしてダウン取
る。オッケー。さあここからここから。
リーチマッチポイントは龍吉の前に。
うまい。
それを釣り出している。残る。
いやよく勝ったね。今のよく勝った。
よく勝った。
Back when we never left. More Street Fighter League action right here on the official restream. Your boy Senkola and Vicious taking you through the action. Saishunkan Kumamoto going up against Crazy Raccoon. Let's start with the one that sun shines on. It's the unstoppable. It's Kobeon with some top 8 placements out over at EVO. Once again, this guy is ridiculous, causing grief with the Geef, excuse me. The Iceman, too cold, too hot. Kosa on the Ryu, and maybe the Kid FPP, but it's mostly been about the power of the Hado just recently. After that, it's Mr. Optimal, always staying optimal with all his conversions and combos and damage output. It's Macho Pro, who may be running the Ryu, but maybe dabbling in other characters too as well. We'll have to see. But it's all led by the Brutal Emperor, reigning over all he surveys. It is a Nemo. Saishunkan Kumamoto, a very stacked team in terms of talent, in terms of character diversity and roster. But having 2 Ryus, maybe a detriment, maybe a bonus. We'll see what happens out here against Crazy Raccoon.
Really looking forward to seeing what adjustments are going to be made for this exact team that is completely in control. They got 150 points and 40 points above that line to get them into the qualifying spot. Crazy Raccoon taking the home field advantage against Saishunkan Kumamoto. And what can we expect from this exact lineup? We'll find out in just a bit. I'm really kind of curious to see what characters are going to be coming out the woodwork for Crazy Raccoon. Let's take a look at our 4 players representing this very heavy-handed team. Starting things off with Papa Bonchan, the judge, jury, and executioner, coming in with the judgment. Then, of course, one of the all-time GOATs, loved by all fighting games. It's Kazunoko. And one of the more impressive players to come in the field of Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter in general, it's Shuto with the Asura Fist. Then one of the stylish of all time, he so happens to be the Wind Devil. It's the devilish strategist, Dogura. Easily one of the favorites to make it into the playoffs. But will they have enough to stomp down Saishunkan Kumamoto for this week? That's going to be the biggest question, right? We've talked about the overall placings of these teams. Saishunkan Kumamoto currently with 110 points, sitting at 5th place. Crazy Raccoon pretty much holding their own with 150 in 3rd. They were tied with Nagoya NTP, but they had the 3rd placement because of the game differential. But they're going to be playing catch-up with, especially how NTP had performed previously. But overall, looking at the current order, Saishunkan Kumamoto, it's the Ryu sandwich with the big meat. Zangief coming in from Kobe on a 2nd, Kosa 1st, and Machobo 3rd. You heard me saying Cola. But Crazy Raccoon, right? I don't know how much of them have been practicing with that Sea Viper just yet, but looking at their previous engagement in week number 2, it was Crazy Raccoon that fell short in the tiebreaker. It was actually 20-30, and it was Kobeon taking a fat W. It was Nemo also following suit, but Machobo and Kosa, actually Machobo falling by the wayside, but Kosa cleaning it up in the tiebreaker. Now, my biggest concern is whether or not Machobo is fully adjusted towards the Ryu pick, right? I don't think he was doing too poorly with Akuma, but the Ryu pick has not really been successful for him so far.
Yeah.
And Kosa kind of switching over from Ken to Ryu, it's been kind of iffy lately.
I also think that now Saishunkan Kumamoto having Ryu on their squad gives them a little bit more data on how to fight the character. Shuto moving over to that character, I don't know if that's going to be for a main or if it's going to be something else. But that may mean some mirror matches. Who comes up first? It's Bonchan. This is kind of what I had on my sheet in terms of like player order. I thought it was going to be Bonchan, Dogura next to take on the Geef with his Elena, and then Kazunoko to take on Machobo. And if things do go bad, Shuto comes out with that Ryu pick. But Bonchan to start things off, the Bonchan that we saw a month and a half ago, even weeks ago, is a different Bonchan. I feel like he's always developing and evolving that Sagat. I feel like even if he has some reservations about how Sagat plays currently compared to how he used to play in 4 previous games, in terms of like the zoning and things like that, we don't see it affect his gameplay nearly as much. Like, it doesn't feel like he's like, man, this character can't do this and that or whatever. You know, the words that he has on the streamer, maybe not as positive as still positive, but he is still able to find success. We saw him work against Tagaki. and really draw out that matchup. He's starting to understand what to do with the character, how to play the mid-range, how to implement more fireballs. You know, that talk with Pugera, I think that he has on a probably weekly basis helps him to evolve the character and get him where he needs to be. But Kosa also has been evolving his Ryu, one of those cats that switched over pretty early to Ryu during the first part of this season. Has found a lot of success over at CEO, over at Street Fighter League. We'll see how this goes.
Really kind of curious to see it, but Bonchan coming up first with that Sagat pick. I'm glad he's going right back into this character, because in the previous week, I do believe we actually got to see him play the Akuma in a very heartbreaking match against Sahara. It was actually really tough to watch that tiebreaker, because I think there was a moment where Bonchan actually could have been able to stuff out Sahara with that jumping in the corner, missing that opportunity for a crosscut. But him going back to Sagat, it feels like everything is right in the world. But we'll see whether or not that's going to be enough to face off against Kosa's Ryu. Now, talking about the matchup at hand, actually, now that you've seen, I guess, like a handful of Sagats, I would imagine, at this stage of the game, like, what do you feel like is going to happen between the matchup of Ryu and Sagat? Or at least, like, how do you think it's going to go?
When I watch Enzo and Paladin play, I get to see more ideas from the side of Sagat in terms of, you know, perfect parry, step kick right after, or even step kick as like a initiator once you get to that mid-range. I feel like Sagat players are getting better about understanding what buttons you need to be played within that space around forward fears, donkey kick, where it's like problematic for most players. They know how to like back up just a little bit, get that stand medium kick to whip punish, put in the fireballs when they need to for the knockdowns, the step kick to enter in once they want to advance. It feels like the Sagat players are getting more and more comfortable. Also, it feels like a lot of Sagat players are starting to save their bar to interact with the fireballs, to go for like an OD fireball every so often. That's not like a continuous thing that they're going to use in like a matchup. It's like a every so often, but up to catch the Ryu player off guard if they're too much with the projectiles. So I feel like the Sagat players are getting better about understanding what's coming through in terms of like the spacing, the mid-range, avoiding the forward fierces, the problematic specials, and then being like, if we're throwing too many fireballs, I'll save my bar for like an OD fireball to get the knockdown, to get in with like a knee right after. So it seems like it's gotten better. You know, Paladin usually does win against Enzo. That being said, I think that's more of a Enzo Paladin thing than it is like a matchup thing. But it does seem like it's a lot less problematic than it was when the character first dropped.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see like whether or not the normals are really going to come into play. I think Sagat has normals that slightly outrange Ryu's. I think the damage output is near similar. I think the corner carry plus Oki is a little bit better from the side of Sagat. Like, not to say that Ryu can't do it, but most of his combos that do end in like Oki situations kind of sacrifice the damage. Like, particularly looking at anything that lands in like a medium Tatsu, right? I do like the fact that Solar Plexus can always be a threat because of the proximity behind it, being able to force proximity guard pretty early on and pretty far away. But Sagat can still hover around ranges even outside of that and whiff punish accordingly. I think his target combo off of Fierce is really, really strong. Even off of medium kick is really, really strong. I think his low medium kick, despite it not being cancelable, is one of the stronger like poking tools to kind of gauge where your opponent's at and also deter a lot of advances. Even drive rush low forward or drive rush low medium kick from Sagat is also a pretty significant deal to guess against, because it is going to be plus enough for you to get an extension. So we'll see. I do like Sagat's presence in the Ryu matchup just because of the ground he covers in comparison and the damage output he gets out of it too. And just like this, right? Trying to maintain mid-range to close range is Bonchan. You see him hounding down Kosa, right? That forward step kick, although dodged temporarily, does get covered by the uppercut, and there it is. That target combo off of Fierce just leads to this exact momentum push that Bonchan needs. Back-to-back throws, and also being able to walk up and threaten with any sort of normal. He tried to go for a bait, Kosa not biting, engaging with a medium kick. I love the sweep to catch Bonchan walking back and forth. Now it's everything in the big swing of Kosa.
Trying to push him towards the corner. I mean, Bonchan did a great job of keeping that bar up, not spending too much. So has a slight lead, stand fierce drive rush, tick throw opportunity. Back heavy kick, not gonna tech with the throw though. Back throw, oh, he tried to go for it, but Kosa with the tech to not be caught up in the corner. Oh, just a little bit too short for that stamina kick to hit on the minus frames of the fireball. As we mentioned, that step kick problematic. If you are caught low, if it's like a counter hit or even a punish counter, gets up significant. Wake up, stand fierce. So you ain't got the distance for that, dog. Ain't got the facilities for that one, big man.
Smart decision too.
Wow.
You noticed that Bonchan was trying to do a little bit of a delay off this drive rush forward to kind of bait whether or not it's going to be like an overhead, where there's going to be a low. It was actually, I think it was the start up a low medium kick that got caught, hence the counter hit. Kosa making the right decisions.
Current combo into with the DP, saving that bar. A lot of things that like Sagat can do to keep the drive gauge up as much as possible, that's going to be an easy punish. -5, stand light kick, of course. Gets a side switch as well. Oh, that stand fierce, also good to interrupt the fireball preemptively. Stay in the effective range. Drive rush medium, and again, text a throw right after. Goes trying to keep it nice and close. Raw sweep, wow. And that rip.
Pretty far away. Not too bad of an idea. Check with the fierce as well. The big punish counter. The pushback was a little bit too far for Kosa. Trying to swing preemptively with that second one. Not going to spend any of the meter just yet, right? It wasn't going to kill. No level 3 inbound. Bonchan just needs it now. A single strike. Crouching medium punch could be the culprit to get the whip punch against Kosa. He's testing the limits. Exactly that. The solar plexus. Exactly what we prefaced this matchup with earlier. Bonchan out of the range of solar plexus. Getting the big whip punish off of crouching medium punch. Nice and easy, keeping his 3 bars. Drive rush forward. Kosa not flinching.
Crouching medium punch. Walks back. Bar not so good for Kosa. Now on the aggressive. Bonchan harassing that stand medium. Perfect. Barry had to do so. Was about to be on burnout. Tossing for the push. Not looking for the damage. Meaty heavy kick. Gets the sweep off the feet. The shimmy. The finesse and bless. Backstep for the stand fierce. Level 3 should be incoming. Yes, sir. Yo, the damage though. The damage though. Make him remember what happened previously. Jesus. And that kill. Oh my God, Vicious. Why am I shocked it's Ryu? But 60. Still.
60% damage on that. Insane. Hey, what are we going to give Sagat like above average health like he has in every other game?
True. I'll vote with you on that one. Damn. Double damage.
Honestly, it just makes sense. Big fella needs it, dude.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Already into the next start. Punish counter. Coming into that fierce. So much damage to the drive gauge, by the way, off of that heavy. Already stealing turns as Bonchan standing medium punch. The counter hit! Actually, it's a big trade-off. You get crouching medium punch after that. Still applying that pressure. Forward throw. Bonchan. Drive rush on in. Crouch short 2 times over. Kosa knocking at the knees a little bit, but still stuck in this corner. The amount of control that Bonchan has is insane. You can't cancel off of a standing medium kick. He gets blown up by that drive impact. Kosa all over it. Solar plexus forced to block, but the way he picks up on defense, crouching jab, threading the needle through Kosa's offense, picking up first round of game 2.
Starting a lot more aggressively. However, Kosa blocks all that out. Oh, the Hasho kick it to get that distance. I do like that stand fierce being played, but as you mentioned, careful of the mid-range now that Kosa's got a lock on these stand medium kicks. Some of these buttons are not cancelable. So we'll go for the step kick now. Drive our stand medium. Harassing with the heavy kick. On the recovery though. Kosa getting the knockdown, the toss. Walk up stand fierce, donkey kick. As you blocked it out, your drive gauge gets depleted and deleted. And Kosa's been blocking low so continuously that step kick has not been a problem. I like that. He notices the damage that could be coming through, the access point as well. Oh, DP there, too short probably. Whip punish for the hard knockdown. Wakes up with lights. No OD fireball because he would have been in burnout, so I get it.
A little bit of desperation coming in from Bonchan, now forcing himself into burnout. He can't take any sort of chip from anything. Oh, no way. Kosa's going to give it away? Hold on. Oh, punish him into anything. Literally anything. And the ODDP is there. Bonchan not able to catch Kosa off guard for too long.
Yo, Kosa stood up straight immediately. Or maybe he's always been like that, but dang. I'm going to hit the angle expeditiously. It was almost given away. He's on set point. Dash up throw. Look up stand medium kick now. Trying to play the same sort of footsies that Bonchan's trying to do. But Bonchan has to be careful. Okay, whip punish. Ends it with the uppercut. Got a lot of bar to utilize, harassing, but in between the stream, we hit the ODDP. Not going to take any more drive gauge away. So using it for offense. Fireball, no drive rush up, no knee. That would have been a perfect parry.
These guys be whiffing each other from mid-range also.
Oh,
yeah, Bonchan, he's trying to guess away too. He's trying to bait with the crouching medium punch, which is fine. Not uncommon with Sagat. Oof. Level 3, you got it. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill. Even Bonchan looking kind of worried about it. You can see it in his face. Not quite enough. But chip damage is pretty much available. Triple dash from Kosa trying to skate down the line towards Bonchan. He did 3 dashes expecting Bonchan to sit still. That's crazy.
Now, if he would have hit that DP level 3, I would have lost my mind. But didn't occur. Bonchan stayed solid. Like that, he didn't back off because there was bar at the bottom you have to worry about. All even out. I like that Bonchan's converting off these drive rush champs. Scaled though they are, he's been able to convert and either get the kill or close to it. All the resources of Sagat so far. Raw sweep does work as a range that might be hard for Sagat to have a proper punish right after. So I understand now why we see that more often.
Oh. You get the continuation off of the back heavy punch. Tiger knee. We do get that spin to also get that DP follow-up. Oh. Dangerous space in 2 within medium kick to kind of contest. Bonchan testing the ranges with that standing medium kick as well. Doing it again. Target combo. We do get the tech. Kosa trying to push away. You can't do anything about it. Perfect parry is fine. Or actually just regular parry, excuse me.
Just for the fireball. Oof. I was going to say it's going to be a fireball, a light, no matter what it was. Bonchan, it all works out. And I like the buttons he's playing up in the corner. He knew that could be a DI, so a stand medium kick a little bit less in terms of like the economy that's being spent for that. Let me see like crouching light kick, crouching medium kick every so often. No, that's not cancelable still. Making sure that he's not getting opened up. Said he's opening up Kosa and with a DP, using some bar to take him towards the corner. Gets a stand medium with a second hit, counter hit. Kosa pressing something he shouldn't. Up throw again. One more time.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have worked.
I was about to say, Bonchan has had a lot of good control in the corner, but this is where it really kind of turns around. The burnout is going to be available. The damage output from the critical art, pretty significant. Kosa still has to climb this mountain. What can you do with Bonchan? Fully loaded on level 3, while in burnout, medium kick is going to be a big test of ranges against Kosa's approach.
Oh, gets a counter with the crouching medium punch. The DI, no reaction. Papa Bonchan. Papa was in the name, so no reaction from him. Final game, final round. A lot of resources, though, for Bonchan to utilize. Could go for like a level 2, for some carry, for some damage, whatever it may be. A lot to work with here.
Oh. I like that. Just outside of the medium range, you tried to steal a turn back. Bonchan getting succinctly punished. Bang! Level 1 into the burnout. Makes sense. Kosa, he's trying to bait out a normal from Bonchan. He's so eager about getting these punish counters, but instead it comes in waves of Bonchan's crouching medium punch instead. Kosa eating the damage, whiffing that low medium kick. Eat your heart out. But a drive impact, catching Bonchan's low medium kick. Still being able to punish upon landing. No. That's going to be Kosa spinning out the rest of that damage. Bonchan eating big punishes off of this uppercut. Back-to-back errors from Bonchan.
And one of those errors, honestly, was even before all that. Spinning level 3 instead of level 2. You could have got like a side switch on level 2, put it in the corner, hold that bar in your pocket just in case the DI would come through. And Kosa recognized that. He was like, great, you don't have anything to work with? I'm smashing that. But even then, not backing off or going for a button that's not as cancelable, you know, in terms of having a follow-up or being able to hold back if a DI was coming through, is also an error from Bonchan's state. And this is not one of those things where it's like it's a Sagat problem or the character is like really at fault. It's just Kosa noticing these moments and taking advantage of the deficits that are coming through. Stand kick was coming through a lot. I'm going to DI that. At the very end, if you had kept the level 1, you would have had a response. Didn't really happen. So those moments are not really Sagat things more than it is, you know, just errors that were unfortunate from the side of Bonchan. But it takes a top-level player to make advantage of that, and that's exactly what happened here from Kosa. The proper conversion and take the W. Saishunkan Kumamoto with 10 points over Bonchan. To start things off, comes up next.
Little sidebar, I wanted to see a little bit more of crouching heavy punch being utilized from Sagat, right? Like he was teasing the ranges of standing medium kick and standing heavy punch a bunch. If Kosa was opting to go for DI, I think crouching heavy punch would have been like the perfect kind of tool to throw him off, right? It is cancelable. You can react into DI. You could even go into Nexus off of a counter or like just off of a hit confirm, excuse me. So it would have been neat to see that utilized a little bit more while he was tempting with like standing medium kick, etc. So either way, Kosa really well played out. Elena coming up to bat from Dogura up next against Kobayan Zangief. This is a matchup I have no idea in terms of like being able to watch it on CFN, being able to watch it on any other circuit like CPT wise, anything outside of the circuit or outside of the tour as well. This has been a very rare matchup to behold.
Get to typically see it that much, and when we did see it, it felt like, for me at least, I saw it like the first couple of weeks when people were testing out the character, and it felt like Elena was doing a good job of corralling the likes of Gief and what he wants to do with his pokes. Like her stand medium punch is really good. Her back heavy kick, being able to like kind of sway back a little bit and clip what he wants to do and get like a punish counter at minimum is really good. But then I start to see the Gief players acclimate around that, play their normals every so often, maybe even, you know, to understand like what's going to be minus enough to go for the command grabs. That does put the risk a little bit on Elena if her stuff isn't like plus. Getting close to Gief is a problem no matter what. So it's back and forth from the little bits that I get to see, and now I don't know where it lands. But if Dogura's coming up, there must be something in this matchup or the way that he wants to play that's effective against Kobayan. I don't remember if they played over at Evo France Finals in terms of like the top 8. I don't think so. But again, I guess we have to learn on the fly a little bit. Kobayan has evolved his sort of style. I feel like he was super footsie based prior to minis like Street Fighter League and tournaments and things like that. But now it feels like he's slipping in some of the grimy stuff, resetting every so often. He's really becoming the complete package when it comes to how to play Gief.
I'm actually kind of excited to see like how this matchup plays out, because we think about it on paper. I think Kobayan is one of the few that really thinks outside the box when it comes to playing as Zangief, really utilizing the full toolkit and also the mentality of like forcing turns over and over and over again as Zangief. Also one to really be confident in his walk down pressure against majority of the players he plays against. But Dogura, he's been rather active with Elena. I think we talked about Elena being more so on the back burner in a lot of the matchups, like trying to act second a good majority of the time. Up until this point though, like Dogura has kind of reinvented the matchups, or at least some of the playstyles that have come in from some of the other players, other Elena players that have been slowly popping up in Japan. I think Dogura has been really, really active offensively out the gate with both like the long-range normals that she possesses, throwing in some of the overheads from further distances and confirming off of them, which is rather difficult because that window is pretty short. But Dogura has been doing a fantastic job of forcing people more so on the back foot. Now, thinking about it too, Zangief is going to be more of like the counterplay kind of character majority of the time. So I think with that in mind, I think Kobayan, he has quite the test ahead of him. It's like, do I become the aggressor with the normals that I have with my armor? Knowing full well that Elena can go into target combos, or do I kind of like play back a little bit and try to whiff punish someone like Elena, who's got really, really extensive range? And even if I do whiff punish, do I get anything out of it, right? So I'm really, really excited to see that this matchup is being played out right now, because it's going to be even more of a development of how this matchup goes.
I also want to see like how much bar he's going to be using. Is he going to be like initiating with like a lot of drive rush? Her back walk speed's really good, so catching her is kind of hard. Dogura, as you mentioned, takes the offensive. Don't typically really see that from a lot of Elena players. That may be the way to play. Get that lead, then you can play second even more. No whip punish. The counter hit right after that, though. Nothing significant. The bust out with the scratch wheel. OD addition. Headbutt right after. Kobayan, the knockdown. Now drive rush in for the sweep. Reversal buttons on the wake up, though, from Dogura. You're not taking anything. Oh, catches the button low.
Look at the damage, too. A throw will do it. Kobayan definitely knew it as well. Drive rush forward. Drive impact. Catching the sweep. Countering himself. Oh, he just gave it away! Dogura went for the OD uppercut. Kobayan absolutely ready for it. As soon as the Boris Dynamite was intact, he took a big swig of water. My man Kobayan was confident.
Talked about these buttons. Stand medium. Stand heavy. Really good at stop drive rush and counter poke. Gief catches him with the crouching light kick off that sequence too as well. Hits him with the heavy, immediate super expenditure. Scratch wheel. Frame kill for the throw right after. So much variance in what she can do up in the corner. When she gets that knockdown, many different ways. It's similar to Ken. The damage, well, it's up there. Walk up stand light kick with the confidence. That's a perfect 75 seconds.
Tell them how you really feel. Both players trying to find their ground, trying to find their footing, right? Like trying to see who gets to act first and get counter poked. Bam, just like that. Dogura. He was teasing the idea within the mid-range for so long. Kobion tried to close the gap, gets punished off of the light. Uh-oh, on the other side. That was mad awkward. I'm totally fine with Dogura being able to get the pick up level 3. This is huge, right? The damage output pretty significant, and also the lack of drive gates coming in from Kobion.
Trying to hound the drive gauge just a little bit. Driver shit with the crouch, kick. You'll take that trade. Not too bad for Dogura, but don't get too close. Bar at the bottom. SPDs could be coming through. No confirm because, you know, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to always have that at the ready. He's at the least. We have to overextend. No running bear grab. You're in burnout. Nah, no reads here. This ain't Eva, bro. It ain't Duke Kevin. It's Dogura. No offense to my boy, but damn.
It looked kind of messy from the side of Dogura on the first round at least, but he's quickly recovered, getting himself the first game against Kobion. Now, I'm kind of wondering what needs to be done from the behalf of Kobion. If it wasn't for those huge errors that Dogura had committed to, I mean, I say it's an error, but it was more so like a perfect read against Kobion and the aggressive, and I want to say like the aggressive nature from Dogura, baiting out that uppercut. I feel like if it wasn't for that, I think Dogura still would have been intact, still would have been an advantage, but Kobion now being able to get out of the corner. Temporarily, Dogura finding the mark, at least with that crouching light to start things off.
He's so good about being active on defense here, working with the proper buttons, as well as not playing the wrong, well, never mind. I was going to say not playing the wrong buttons to get God, side, switch off the Mountain Man Splash into level 1. Drive gauge being a little bit less right there. Holds the brakes, looking for a reversal, nothing doing on a super, but that drive gauge is gone. Level 1 to your name. Sweep off the feet. Hits the head, but the DI looking for death right now. Yeah, another heaping helping of head right there. Kobion putting around on the board. Nice confirmed. Yeah, quite a bit. Dogura has him up in the corner. The stand light kick stops him from leaving. Jail no bail right now.
That's crazy. Kobion needs to seal the deal, at least with this round, to stay alive. Dogura not letting him out of the corner, at least temporarily. Kobion finding a lot of these openings off the light and now into the ODSPD. Although in burnout, not too big of a threat from Dogura after the knockdown.
Takes the throw, bar almost back. Can he get it back before the DI happens? It's not a splat, just an inch away. Oh man, all it takes is one stand light kick to put his ass right back up in the corner. Don't let it happen to you. Plus frames off the medium kick drive rush, hella plus.
What do you do about this now? Dogura playing much more of a controlled style. 3 bars, a very healthy drive gauge, good amount of life. Although that could change. Okay. Kobion actually opting not to go into the CA. I don't know if that would have killed off of like the current scaling of that route, but I mean, I guess you'll never know now.
Yeah, really. Set point for Dogura. Stand light kick to start things off. Such a good button. Potent in terms of like poking at the driver's cancel right after. It's been stuffing and stopping out of Kobion what he wants to do. Wake up sweep. Janitorial duties are being done right now. SPD drive rushing in. Nothing doing on defense here. He tried to go for the overhead. You mentioned how difficult it is to land that every single time. Dogura put a ring on it. You should have signed a prenup. Boris Dynamite. Bam.
Oh, that's gonna hurt! Yeah, the armor. We had talked about that as well. Catching a lot of the straight hits. Kobion not one to shy away from utilizing that armor against these big hitters. Nice work. Good call out too. All tied up. 1 game apiece. The reads have been phenomenal so far from Kobion. Not even just in the neutral space, but also on Wake Up, right? He's been very buttonsy on Wake Up, and Dogura, I don't know if he's really taken a kin to that just yet. We do get the punish counter, full target combo. On the way over to the overhead. The parry was the choice from Kobion. Defensive tactics have been just too ambiguous.
Hard rate continuously. Oh, nice. Clutch backdash. Gets a crouching light kick. Set the pressure. A lot of headbutts coming through. Ends it with the OD right there. He's trying to whip punish that overhead, that distance. Oh, clutch backdash again. Walks out the low. It's a punish with the sweep right after.
Oh, punish counter. Dogura. just outside of that range. I gotta say too, once he holds the life lead, he does it pretty well out of there. So we saw it. What a call out too. That's so smart for Kobayan to do that right into the drive impact. Checking Dogura's tendencies to catch with the option select uppercut, right?
Ready and awake with it. I can't press right there. Had the enhancement. Leg lock. Drive rush crouching light kick to open him up. It's not about the damage, about using the super. So this gets a lot of bar back. Scaling be damned. Give him up in the corner. And the damage that she can output after means that, yeah, that's scale damage, but what she can do may not even matter. Because watch this. Tons and tons. Drive rush, finds a follow-up, you're dead. That's Elena for you.
That's actually so impressive. Dogura, pretty happy about that result. I gotta rewatch that whole VOD and see like what the dynamics like between like Zangief and Elena. Because I mean, it's one thing to talk about the matchup on paper with the characters. It's another to kind of talk about like how both players navigate that matchup. So really still, I'm kind of... I'm still at a crossroads between like how this matchup actually kind of goes, because these guys are such unique players that you can't really tell off of this matchup alone. So well played from both ends.
They're so different. Yeah. Compared to like their other, their peers and things like that, they play so differently. The expenditure of drive gauge, and Dogura, especially himself, he don't really play second like that. A lot of Elena players like to play second right after the rip. He likes to get aggressive first, then play second when he needs to, and then hold that lead, and then surprise you right after, which I think is also problematic. It's hard for Kobayan to read when to play that Sam Fierce. As we saw, that was good on defense, but then after a while, wasn't really kind of working out that much and that often. And I feel like there are more riskier moments, like having to go for a sweep and things like that, and not getting a lot of reward off his button. So it seems like he might have issues in that mid-range more often than Elena, but yeah, I'd have to see too as well. Comes down to this, though. Got 10 to 10. Who goes up against Machibo? I'm surprised to not see Nemo there, considering what we had talked about in terms of Machibo trying to find his way with Ryu. I feel like he can be optimal with the character, but that access point in terms of finding those hits like a Ryu player would is kind of hard for him. For this matchup, though, who do you send?
Oh, I'm sending Shuto. I'm making sure that the mirror match is decimated by Shuto. Really? Okay. Oh, so it's gonna be C Viper from Kazunoko instead. Okay, so I will preface it with this. Compared to what we saw earlier from Fujimura and how good and strong he was over in his streams, etc., C Viper looked like a very, very potent character for sure. I think she's insanely strong, right? She's just gate kept by execution. Kazunoko has been like climbing up the ranks with this character mad fast before Punk decided to land in Japan and also take over that rank. But Kazunoko has been dedicating a lot of his time towards C Viper. However, I'm so reluctant to say that Kazunoko will be very, very confident with his character. I'm so reluctant to do so because I think Shuto would have just been much more of a better pick. Right, I think he's been showing off his prowess with Ryu lately. I think there's no better person to show off the mirror match than him for the Ryu mirror match specifically. The Kazunoko going in with the C Viper, this is more of like a gutsy call from Crazy Raccoon in my opinion. This is more of like a flex to let Kazunoko kind of like run his game and figure out what needs to be done with C Viper.
I think if things do go bad, he can switch over to Cammy. But I agree. I think I would have seen Shuto come up because I feel like if you got to play Shuto in a mirror match, no matter if it's like a Kuma or not, somebody gonna die horribly. And sometimes it's Shuto, as we saw with Mochi, but sometimes Shuto takes the W over somebody, and they don't expect it. So that aggressive Wily style that he has, risk taker, probably could have put Machibo on the back foot. However, Kazunoko, we don't ever get to see him play a secondary or another character in League. It's usually just the Cammy. Like the Cammy is for like the business opportunity. So Machibo says, I wasn't able to win previously. Also, the team isn't winning well, so I'll win here and get the team's win overall. So he's looking to get that W, of course. But I'm curious to see what knowledge Machibo has. I'm sure he has as much as most other people have. They've been grinding out the matchup, playing a lot of C Vipers. If you've been on CFN, you probably played a million C Vipers on your way through or up to Master or even beyond Master in the higher ranks. But I'm curious to see if you're ready for the likes of Kazunoko, who I'm sure has the execution. But I want to see what does Kazunoko bring to the table that's different than other C Vipers? You know, actually, I'm sure you've watched Kazunoko quite a bit. What do you think is different on his side of things compared to other C Vipers?
He's not too like feint heavy. I think most of the time he likes to take his turns and test his opponents with burn kick follow up. If it's blocked at +2. It is parryable, it is drive impactable, it is DPable, etc. The biggest thing that we look for is seeing how often Kazunoko is able to get away with murder with stealing turns with those burn kicks. He is willing to throw out seismos a bunch and kind of like test the patience there and score that knockdown. He is a little bit reluctant to go into anything airborne though, which is kind of interesting to see. But I don't know if it's going to be like anything too crazy coming in from Kazunoko. Like he'll get the mix going as soon as he gets the knockdown, but I don't think it's going to be a lot of super jump cancel, burn kick, etc. It's not going to be like it's not going to be anywhere near like a Street Fighter 4 Viper with burn kick mix-ups. But this at that range, right? Standing heavy punch canceled into Thunder Knuckle feint leaves her at 0. So even try to press a button afterwards, you're going to leave yourself vulnerable to any sort of big whiff punish. Drive rush forward, catching the parry already. Kazunoko playing a much more neutral-oriented game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we see the aerial approach that we used to see with the Cammy or damn near any character that he wants to play. In recent years, a Street Fighter. Try to go for the DP is there. Machuel is one of the better ones with the anti-airs, but her lights are so good to be able to end the Thunder Knuckles. But hold on a second. End it with the DP. Sure, you can. Frame kick for the meaty stand medium. Cross-cut jab. Reversal jabs from Kazunoko. Spend too much here. Some feints. Nothing doing from Machuel. Does get with the side smoke. Set up for success. The knockdown. Meaty stand medium. Could have killed.
Yeah, he most definitely could have killed. Kazunoko was already committed to a tick throw scenario. Level 2, the explosion of damage from Machuel. Getting rather lucky, right? Like, naturally, standing medium punch from C Viper combos into crouching medium punch. But not able to commit to it, or not able to get the confirm off of it, excuse me.
Ooh, try to go for the back throw. Nothing doing. Heavy kick cancel into level 1. Knocking the door. Kazunoko did say, yo, let's have some fun today. Playing that DLC. Really? He woke up with the OD armor. Damn. Oh,
nice old focus force. Oh, you tried. The punch kind of was there from Machuel. Sidewell Thunder Knuckle knockdown, dash up, plus frames. You do get the throw. It's a strike throw mix-up after all. Kazunoko within this range can set up the C. Yeah, the sizable feint. Excellent job. Machuel trying to react, drive, rush forward. Jump back jab. It's not going to be Thunder Knuckle knockdown.
Goes for the OD against the 85 right after that was godlike. Give it to him right back. Bam, the CTE. Kazunoko.
That was pretty sick. I thoroughly enjoyed that one too. Him committing to the OD Seismo and continuing it off. Nice and easy, by the way, from further distances. If you don't have means of doing like roundhouse, super jump cancel, OD burn kick, there's no any real reason to other than to flex your execution for that. If you could just directly go into OD's flame kicks or OD burn kicks, either way how you call it, I don't care. It does lead into level 3 regardless, and it's actually a decent amount of damage. So being able to get into that level 3 earlier, the sooner the better, essentially. So that's an excellent call out too from Kazunoko.
Also, his bar usage is so good with this character so far. He's not really spending too much to be even close to burnout. And that's something I'm looking forward to seeing from like Viper players as they optimize the character or try to stay solid. Obviously, some of that is like Machuel not able to take advantage of trying to harass the drive gauge that much. But overall, he's been playing it pretty tight when it comes to OD usage to have moments like that to happen. To be able to have bar to have that follow-ups like he's mentioned. Man, that was goddamn good. Like OD Seismo and the OD burn kicks for the follow-up for the super. This guy is good. He's definitely having fun right now. Kazunoko, bro. God dang.
Yeah, and I think I don't recall what normal he used to cancel into Seismo, but going into OD Seismo in comparison to like a regular one is much faster by like 5 frames. Like OD Seismo is around like 19 frames. So I think it might have been a frame trap. I think I might have seen a counter hit from the side of Machuel, which led to the OD flame kicks in the first place. Like that, there's plenty of time to confirm off of like a Seismo hitting. So going straight into that level 3 was pretty pivotal, but I think Machobo might have thought a feint was coming. Like you could do, if C Viper does like crouching heavy punch into like Seismo feint, I don't think there's a way to like properly frame trap. I actually haven't seen any of the other C Viper scientists show me a frame trap of using Seismo into Seismo. They say if you do it fast enough, if you just frame Seismo into Seismo, there's only a 3-frame gap, which is a true frame trap. I've asked literally all of them to show me if they can put it like on video, and none of them have done it so far. So I decided to test it out myself, and I tried to do like any 4-framer between like Seismo cancel pressure. And you can interrupt it, but again, I haven't been able to get it just frame. I would even look at the frame meter and try to keep it as tight as possible where there's no gaps. I still can't do it. So I actually don't know whether or not there is a true way to kind of keep the Seismo strings tight.
Starting it off, once again, Kazuko using an anti-fireball play right there with the focus attack. Fake cancels. I like some of these fake cancels every so often. You do lose your turn, but there are sometimes like space traps that can occur. I've seen like Nursely, I do believe, talk about that quite a bit. Don't get got though. Don't get too close. 4 fierce for the plus frames. Reversal stand light kick. Really Kazunoko.
Oof. Damn, actually one of the few to get that punish counter against the low medium kick. That thing recovers quite fast. Oof.
Wake up super. Kazunoko with the bust out. Machobo hasn't really been able to like close things out. I think, again, we talked about that at the beginning. Like he hasn't really been able to like finish the job. The combos are there sometimes, but at the very end, something happens where he's not able to confirm it as something significant. Like, I see the ideas, it just have to come to fruition.
Oh. With the forward throw, kind of dangerous. Walk up, and actually catching the jump out from Machobo, or at least whatever movement that was. The BD Crux jab was enough. Right into the level 2. Good amount of damage. That is... Whew, 2 rounds straight into game 2. 2 games straight now from Kazunoko.
You know, that Tokusai kick, Kazunoko, you know, even coming into this, I'm like, does he have what it takes at like an anchor match with this character out here at Street Fighter League? In battle, again, he only ever really uses Cammy, and that's what you gotta do. Yeah, go for the DI when you see that follow-up. He knows what Kazunoko's about. You mentioned it before. Machobo's watch the tapes. But I still feel like Kazunoko, even though he's getting pieced up right now up in the corner, I don't think he's too bad off right now. Drive reversal to get some distance. The feint to get the heavy knuckle anti-air.
Yeah, it's so tricky too off of the low medium kick. You want to take your turn back, but if so long as she has super jump cancel available, you can kind of get smoked with the medium punch on the knuckle. Counter hit actually from that far away from the second half of that forward roundhouse. The neutral jump, calling out Kazunoko's forward movement. Excellent read from Machobo.
Okay, Machobo. Solidify a little bit more. Back step of the stand fierce to catch that forward heavy kick. Great initiation tool, great poke tool. He knows it. Cancels off the low, blocks it out, gets a throw right after on the minus frames. Meaty crouching medium punch. Hold on now, Machobo. I'll suck a mess about you. You're getting your return no receipt. Level 3. Finally a game for the side of Machobo.
Damn, son. That's what I'm talking about. Machobo at least given a fight towards Kazunoko. I mean, although it's a new character, Machobo should still feel confident in himself, right? This is the confidence he really, really needs. He hasn't really been on a high, I guess like a high string of any sort of confidence lately. Like he hasn't really been able to score the points needed, but man, I still think Machobo is more than capable. I like the solar plexus. Pretty much getting rid of the focus force.
I've been an option to wake up before. He knows it now. Walk back, nice. It's a stemmy shimmy. He's gonna be dumping out the damage. The dividends are the end. Machobo Start acclimating. You can see the matchup knowledge is there. Like he went for DI previously, gets the extension. 4 fierce on the wake up. Not able to hit with the size, unfortunately. Back up in the corner, knowing that the defense is lacking. So we go for the reversal light. Back step, try to get the fierce. Macho just jumps back, try to play it nice and safe. Play it cool.
Out of there. Super jump cancel the crossover, the roundhouse. Crouching heavy punches, an excellent start. Sitting back down for plus frames extension on the Thunder Knuckle. And speaking of plus frames, we talked about it too. Kazunoko using the burn kick follow-up. Leaving himself +2. Machivo had great defense up until this point. The drive rush forward, counter hit fierce is everything he needs to secure himself a tie. Giving it right back at him to Kazunoko. That was actually so much damage. Just eating that drive rush forward, counter hit fierce. Dear God.
What a starter. And once again, Macho understanding what to do in this matchup. Like every time I feel like Kazunoko tries to get up, he's put right back to bed, whether it be the 4 fears, the overheads, the meaty scenarios. And again, it feels like Macho knows what to do in the matchup. He studied the tapes. He understands what Kazunoko even wants to do as a player. It's just putting it together, having the confidence to do so. We mentioned it's been lacking for a while. He's been losing a lot of games. He said it during his interviews that he hasn't really had that same sort of heart in terms of like those W's. But today's got to be the day. But does Kazunoko switch at this point? You know, there's definitely a lack of defense that C Viper has, as you mentioned, we've seen continuously. Having a DP would be great here at minimum, at bare minimum, giving Macho a reason to rethink what he does on defense in terms of like just kind of steamrolling. At least you have to worry about with DP coming through, you have to restructure what you're going to do on your offense. So I'm curious to see if we see a switch, or do we see a switch in terms of approach from Kazunoko?
And you have to be so on point with this character too. Like any single mistake is pretty punishing towards C Viper, right? We've talked about how lackluster she can be on defense without any sort of super meter attached to her. She doesn't have any sort of real reversal options. Not even Focus Force is going to be able to get her out of anything because that armor is not frame 1. Just to kind of remind you guys at home, that focus attack, that Focus Force does have armor behind it, but it doesn't occur until like what, frame 6, I think. So it's tough, man. If Ryu does net that damage, if Ryu does actually net that first hit, it's gonna be so detrimental towards Kazunoko.
And we see Kazunoko kind of run with it. He's been going for a lot of Oki scenarios, setups like meaty overheads and things like that. He knows his access points are pretty strong. And he knows to not throw out fireballs at ranges where Kazunoko's going to be able to burn kick. And honestly, I feel like it's really been more about the normals than it has been about any sort of projectiles. Or donkey kick every so often too as well. And all these things are also starting to add up in terms of like punish counters that are taking away the drive gauge. It's great when she can expend when she wants to. When she can spend her own money on her time. She's feeling fine, she's feeling great. But when they're taking money away from her bank account, they're garnishing her wages. It makes it harder for the C Viper player to play the way they want to play. Jump canceling, finding more damage access, whatever it may be. Final game between the two, what a swing around already. Comes down to this. Nice counter conversion. The knockdown with the follow-up. Perfect parry and the punish. Side switching. I like that for Macho. Take the corner, or so I thought.
Oh, punish. Just a sweep! Coming from Kazunoko. He was actually within range to get crouching heavy punch. Number 1, more than enough damage. Nice and easy. Kazunoko, look at that match point.
Who can get the steamroll going? Kazunoko doesn't have that defensive wake up, but he does have the pressure right after. Just don't make no mistakes. Don't thought it was going to be an anti-air. No, Heavy Knuckle couldn't find the time. You didn't even see the counter. Tried to commit to a throw right after. He had the button. Wakes up with something bigger. Finds a low right after with the Tatsu. Back thrown instead. Kazunoko switches positions. Hold the fake cancel. Give me that drive gauge.
Still able to jump out.
No, wait on the other side.
Damage, if anything. Level 1's going to give the burnout for him, too. Not even going to try to go for any sizable shenanigans. I like that. Kazunoko kind of playing it safe a little bit. Machivo does have 2 bars to his name, by the way. Hold up. Oh, that's tricky. Did you see that? He tried to stand jab anti-air as if it were Street Fighter 5. My man got burned up. He could have had a DP.
We even saw the DP earlier. We even saw that as a reaction. But on the back foot, unfortunately, could not find the proper time, or even, like, honestly, a special move to DP him, delete him out of existence. Instead, Kazuko walking him down with all the confidence in the world and burnout. He even knew it too. He's like, I could sizable you. I could hit you with this burn kick to get nasty with it. But Kazuko taking the victory with the DLC out here, new with it, but still good with it. Didn't even need the cameo. I thought he was going to switch. I thought you don't need that reversal, being able to loop his pressure in a less difficult way in terms of execution for his Oki, but that wasn't necessary. He stuck with the C Viper and got his W. Damn.
Yeah, Machibo is in a really rough shot overall this season, but everybody else right now, Kazunoko especially, being able to adapt to a new character and show off their prowess has been really, really inspirational overall. I mean, I think this is a pretty positive note to talk about C Viper and her release. I mean, apparently she's pretty strong even upon release, but I think she's only going to get even stronger. But I will say that exact moment was 100% Machibo's fault, right? You could have done so much more to punish that incoming from C Viper. Either do like a DP, actually DP in a critical art, or DP into level 3, excuse me, would have killed C Viper in that moment.
You're right. Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda once again. And I want to harp on your point once again with this character. Already she came out the gate pretty strong. People were like, well, but why play her when you can do this, this, and this with this character easier? There are definitely different things that she can do that other characters can't do. The fake cancels we saw right there, you do fake cancel to bait out like the parry attempts for Machibo. Having that variance is hard for the other person to think about. They're like, well, damn, when can I parry? Are you going to press a button after this? Like, what's going on? And when she's got bar, gets those extensions, all those buttons become even more problematic. So yeah, there are deficits that she has on defense. We saw that on Wake Up continuously, but her offense is so powerful. I mean, if having low defense or lacking in defensive options was making a character bad, then Bison would be bad. We all know that's not the case at all.
Exactly.
But it's good to see C Viper. It's good to see this character work out. And again, there are reasons why you play certain characters. They don't have all the same tools and things like that. So I want to see more of these C Vipers shine. I want more people to play the character, despite the fact that you could do something quote unquote easier. And you know what's funny is people cite Ryu as one of those characters, and guess what happened out here? A Ryu didn't win. So C Viper taking the W. Kazunoko, congrats to him.
I'd imagine Crazy Raccoon got to be pretty relieved. I mean, Kazunoko going up 2 games and then falling short 2 games straight right after with a huge rebuttal from Machibo. I got to say, like, that was quite the gamble to take from the Crazy Raccoon camp. And you could tell, like, how stressed out Bonchan was, having to, like, kind of sit back and watch. He's like, man, I didn't get my W either. Well, that sucks. But, yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. They sent out Kazunoko C Viper. I thought it was going to be the Shuto pick, but I'm glad it worked out overall. On the side of Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, despite them not getting the results they wanted, 10 points to their name is still like it's not enough, man. Seeing them at like 120 points, they kind of leapfrog over Victrix 5 Gaming by just 10 points. They have the 4th place spot right now, but Crazy Raccoon continuously climbing up the ranks. So still the top 3 gods of Division S maintaining their positioning right now. We'll see how it plays out for the rest of them, but looking at the winning interview, Shuto, I realize the team wins when I don't play. Come on, man. What are you saying? But today, Kazunoko won at anchor, and now all the players in the team won at anchor. I think we are a good average team.
You don't want to be average, bro. You want to be a savage, but that's all right. You know, I also don't know if that's going to be the case for long. I think Shuto's going to get that Ryu more in form. Buncha says, I could have done better. I had a lot of mistakes, but the team let us win. Once again, Crouch Fierce, as you mentioned, would have been a great button to be able to cancel DI into maybe even OD Fireball if he wants like a knockdown. More utility on that, but if you're going to use Stand Fierce, you can also use Crouch Fierce. It's about similar ranges and similar poke tool against like a preemptive Fireball, so it's not a bad idea to play that button at all. I think if he would have utilized that a little bit more, that may have swung in his favor, but we'll never know. We'll see how Bonchan works out a little bit later on. What are they laughing about? Man, this interview's going through quick. Dokura says, it was thrilling to play against Geef in competition. but it worked out. And he had said previously that he had been by Kobeon quite a bit, so he understood his moves, he understood how Kobeon was flowing, and how he was able to access that top 8 spot alongside him. And Dogura, just the way he was playing with the character was really annoying, pestering. He was able to adapt against the Stand Fierce at the proper ranges and showcase what Elena could do. Go into level 3, get the lead, because the next interaction, especially for Elena, is going to kill. As long as she's got drive gauge, sometimes even without, she can get the kill pretty easily. She is a very high damaging character, and people kind of forget about that.
I'm sure they'll be reminded of it sooner than later. But yeah, Dogura getting his W was pretty significant. Bonchan feeling the repercussions of the mistakes that he had made. He was actually kind of gung-ho about spending this meter on wake-up DPs, I'll tell you what. Like, those 2 in a single round, I was like, brother, what is happening? Man, and also Bonchan, like, dude, he's been pretty good at, like, fishing out certain ranges or certain normals with crouching heavy punch and punch. So I'm actually quite surprised we rarely got to see that normal utilized. But everybody has to have, you know, their days, right? There's going to be players that play better than you at any given day, so that's just how it goes with Kosa. And hey, you know what? It's for the greater good. I like Kosa. I like the way that he plays. Seeing him adapt over to Ryu, if that boosts up his confidence for the greater good, so be it. I think that's totally fine. But I mean, coming in with 30-10 against Saishunkan Kumamoto, like, what more can you really ask for? Like, a big W is pretty important, especially maintaining your positioning in top 3.
Dogura also says our team is using too many new characters, and that means I'm ready for Alex. And I'll force Shuto to use Elena. Please don't. Please. If there's a player that cannot play second, it's Shuto, bro. Do not do that. I know that you aren't, but Shuto never wants to play second. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. But I would like to see Dogura on Alex. It's great to see, like, a team or even these high-level players still be able to compete with other characters that have been out longer, players that have been playing the characters a lot longer, and be able to be so informed with a new character. It takes a lot of work. And he does say, or Kazunoko says, I was hoping Machobo would have gone anywhere except for the anchor, but I did my best. Now I have 3 characters ready, and opponents will probably be wondering which character to use, so beware. The third one he's talking about is the Jamie, which I don't think we've ever seen in League, if I'm not mistaken, especially this year. It's all been Cammy. But who knows? He might pull out the Jamie at some point. Could happen.
I hope not. Just stick it out with C Viper. C Viper's pretty sick. I like the character much more than Jamie. I think Jamie's cool, but I think C Viper is cooler. I actually don't even know. I really want to know when they're going to start announcing anything regarding Alex. I'm actually kind of curious to see, like, how he's going to operate and flow with a lot of the players that are looking forward to his release and seeing how he gets developed. But for the most part, I'm enjoying the current schedule, or at least the current roster being played out the way that they have been played. Really excited to see, like, how this turns out with the development of C Viper, because she is getting developed rather quickly, and even some, like, newer tech, looking at some of her corner routes with super jump cancel light burn kick into, like, a drive rush extension has been really cool to see. I haven't seen a lot of players utilize that just yet, although it is rather expensive in the drive gauge, so I can see the pros and cons of it. But either way you see it, man,
see the variety.
Really fun to see, like, the overall development.
Yeah, I like seeing the variety of the character, how people are developing the characters, not even just the Viper, but just in general. How people have been switching and staying solid, as we mentioned, Shuto on the Ryu. Other people have been bouncing back and forth between characters and finding themselves within Street Fighter League, which has been the most difficult one thus far. But it's led to some great action, and it's going to lead to also things like this, the B-boys and B-girls beating down on the dance floor. Catch this real soon. I wish I was out there, because you've seen the marriage of 2 scenes from outside the FGC and inside into one thing is always something special. So catch this BC1 over the World Finals Tokyo. What is that? November the 11th. So that is within 2 weeks or so. I'd be a good excuse to go out to Japan, to be honest.
That'd be so sick to see. If you're in Japan, I highly encourage you guys to check it out. The World Finals for Red Bull BC1 happening real soon. But also, we do have this weekend the Fight Club Championship 6 going on in Chengdu, China. This is going to be the last offline premiere for the CPT, the last shot to auto-qualify into Capcom Cup 12, happening on Halloween Day, moving into the first 2 days of November. I know for sure we're going to be holding an English broadcast in the studio to make sure you guys aren't left behind. But this is what it looks like in terms of the premier rankings, right? I think that's Momochi up in the very, very top with 570 points. The rest of them too just following suit. Not too big of a gap in comparison from like second into third into fourth, right? We see our boy Dual Kevin there. We see Ending Walker there as well. Punk trying to accumulate as many points as possible. And I'd imagine that practice session over in Japan is going to be really, really important going into a flight into Chengdu, China. So you can see our top 10 right now, who's going to be in contention of making it into Capcom Cup 12. Really exciting because, man, next thing you know, as soon as these events are over, we're going to be sleeping for a few days and waking up to a brand new ball game into March. I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
That is kind of horrifying to see, or even think about the fact that we're jumping so far in. But, you know, in between, we still have Street Fighter League Japan going on with the playoffs and the finals, and you have some cool merch to get excited for, and hopefully you get to see some of this merch over at the actual finale of Capcom Cup and the Street Fighter League World Championship. Now, I want to get some of the, obviously, the glow sticks. I want that keychain right there, aka also a, it looks like a keyboard piece as well, and just the hoodies too. I think back at the previous Capcom Cup that we were at, they were selling like good 8 Squad merch and some other merch here and there. So hopefully we get to sell like all the Street Fighter League merch, even the stuff that we've had previously. I know it's a little bit outdated, but I just want to start collecting some of that stuff. Either way, it's cool to see that we have a lot of things to support the scene and support what goes on for League, because they definitely deserve it, giving you good action every single week. And for the US and EU, that'll be coming up alive next month, and that's only within a few days actually showcasing that. Look at the players that are on this. This is so sick. Bro, these look like characters in a game themselves. This is so dope. So you can get your own metal plate right there. The Dogro one looks so dope. Yo, the fire in their eyes, man. And there's one for every single team. So, you know, pick up your favorites.
I don't know which one I would pick up. I feel like I'd get like a collage of them and just hang them up on my board in my room. But that's also kind of weird, man. I don't want to like stare them down while I'm like working, you know. It's bad enough that I'm already working by like watching them play, you know, or at least watching their streams during off hours. Like, I don't need them like hounding me down. It's like one of those like Dexter's Lab moments where he has like Albert Einstein on his locker room, or on his locker in the locker hallway. I just open it up and it's just like, I'll look at Kazunoko's face. Every time I lose with T Viper, it's like, I have failed you. Like, it's just what it's going to feel like, I think.
Every missed DP is going to be problematic for them staring it down. But, you know, again, pick yours up, people. I think I would buy them, but I'd have to, like, you know, put it down if I'm playing ranked. I don't want them to see that mess. Don't look at this. You don't want to see this. It'll only make you a worse player. But it's always good to see all the good merch that comes out. Hopefully get to see some like the characters on these things too as well. And they also have a survey for the best scene in Division F so far. I don't know how you can just pick one. Hopefully it's just multiple, because like picking one out here is insane, because I feel like every single episode has at least one match in the team base style, whatever, that is like crazy, that makes us go wild, or that we get noise complaints for. So picking one is kind of wild. Maybe there's more. I'll have to see, fill out the survey for Street Fighter League and tell them what your favorite one is for Division F. And again, that's going to be hard. Anything, honestly, Lashar is going to be one of my favorites. A little bit of bias there, obviously, but his Ed is so electrifying, and so is his Terry. Man, I couldn't pick a match. That's too much to ask for. But not too much to ask for. Another match coming up. Good 8 squad going to CHE Osaka after this break. The marquee one pulling up. Don't go anywhere.
それでは一旦失礼いたします。
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
ただこれによってラッシュメイト距離が危ない、空振れない、お互い極限の状態、ラッシュから
ナイスやスタグラード。いや削れる。
いやこれでも削りあります。合気がの SS3 踏み込んで
SS あるよ。
何かガードしたら俺だ。
いいね、うますぎ。
いやこれは相殺してから有名です。前に来るコブラ。
おおナイス。残ってる残ってる。
そうか上。うわ
ふざけんなよ。いや横入っちゃったな最後。
おしい。
いや、しょうがない。
ラッキーラッキーラッキーラッキーラッキーラッキー。
運がいい、やっぱり。やばい。
グッドラックスカットです、これ。
ついてる。
確認から動画で伸ばしていく。
はい。
はい。さあ、開幕男子は組み込んで、リーソルが見えてる状況、ドグラ。
はいね。
いやー、この波動の1ダメージずつが痛い。
はいはい、来そうだった。
返している。
いいじゃんか。いいじゃん。
いい。
という止める距離が遠い。
足止めだったんだけどな。
投げ抜き応じない。中段を見ている。
マジ
うい。マジか。
すげえ。しかもカード運が良かったですね、インパクトないし。
いやいや、あれマジで無意識に返してるから。
あ、すごいね。
すごいでしょ。
そんななるの？ナイス。
5ゲージもほぼミリなんです
うまい。
積極的にいく。あえて SA1 で。
そんななるの？
積極。
足元を浮かすことによってね、地面にしか判定がない。
そしてぴったりだ。
うまい、あんなのあるんだ、知らんかった。ナイス。
Our marquee matchup of the day for Division S coming your way. Good 8 squad versus CAG Osaka. Let's get right into it with our intros. Good 8 squad, obviously one of the favorites in the entirety of the league, and for very good reason because of this man right here, Sahara, the Fearless, off of a very, very big performance over at World Warrior number 3. Then, of course, following suit, Pugera, the Cosmic Buster, who might be showing off that Sea Viper, hopefully, because he has been grinding out that character like crazy. And speaking of which, I think the whole team has, because here it is. It's Kawano, the Singularity. We've talked about this even within the chat as one of the other big Sea Viper players to look out for, all guided by the honest hero. It is Gachi-kun, still sticking it out with Rashid. I don't think he's been dabbling with any of the DLCs other than that character. And for, you know, not for nothing, I think he's still pretty good with the character either way. But this is going to be quite the powerhouse to contest against. They are in first place with 170 points. Pugera trying to fake us out with the Tiger shots. He did uppercut. Now he's doing Seismo with Viper. I don't know, man. He's playing charades.
Well, better lock in and clock in. CAG Osaka's at the bottom rung. They'll be fighting tooth and nail, get as many points as possible. And on their side, they might also have a Sea Viper, as one of them cats was grinding hardcore the minute the character dropped. We'll take a closer look at this team, CAG Osaka. The time is now. This got to be now. Because if they don't get these points, it's looking dark for them. Home side CAG Osaka gonna have a little bit of an advantage here as they go in. Look at the players. The boy becomes the man. Tagaki on the Blanca, who is so close to getting some significant wins. He can taste it. He can feel it. Let's see if we can do so today. After that's going to be the eternal ace, always on point. Uryo, who has been with the Chun-Li, the Jamie, but maybe the Sea Viper. We'll have to see what's in the grass. After that, it's going to be the Unlimited Dragon Dance. 8th, showing so many different looks from what he used to be to where he is now with the Akuma. Definitely hard to call what he's going to do on defense. It'll always make you fall, though. After that, the Renaissance Perfectionist. Listen, I don't remember what that means, but I do know that Finrich is going to put the mix on you, so that's all that really matters out here. CAG Osaka, a team that has a lot of great players, a lot of great promising potential, but just hasn't been able to close things out. They've gotten so close. They have gotten so weird. Some wily interactions we saw with Eita versus Pugera, or is it Eita versus one of the Ed players, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, I feel like whenever I watch them play, they're not too far off from getting some W's. Uryo especially. Today has got to be the day, though. Once again, they're at the bottom rung. They have the least amount of points. They need some now, and they really need some 40 ballers. Going to be hard fought, though. Good 8 squad, the top spot. You mentioned Sahara. Hot off a World Warrior 3 win, which is incredible because he's already qualified. What are you doing? But that's only going to make him stronger and his team stronger. That's the order. As you mentioned, Kawano, Sea Viper, Gachi-kun, Rashid, of course. Sahara, of course, on the end. But Pugera with the Sea Viper. You lied to me, Pugera. You weren't doing no Tiger shots. It was all about electricity, being a live wire.
I'm excited for this, man. Kawano has been really active on Twitter lately, expressing how happy he is with this character. He cannot get enough Sea Viper. In fact, he was talking about how fast he ranked up the character, and he's like, dude, I can't let go. I want to keep playing this character, and I'm going to keep doing so into Street Fighter League. Kawano definitely in contention of one of the top 3 Sea Vipers in Japan. Before Punk showed up, of course, in Japan. But looking at CAG Osaka, Eita, sorry, not Eita. Uryo has also been playing Sea Viper a ton, right? That is the character we've first known him for over in Street Fighter 4, getting a handful of the earlier tournaments back when it was on the Bandicam footage, actually. So, really curious to see if he's going to be flexing that character this week. I would love to see it. Who goes first against Sea Viper?
I was just about to say, Tagaki, pull him up in that 1-2 scenario, let them start off strong, get that W, and go from there. You don't probably want to run the mirror match. You probably want to avoid all that. But if we're talking about, like, rushing a character down, getting aggressive when we're trying to learn the matchup, trying to figure things out in a league or, like, tournament sort of fashion, there aren't that many better characters than Blanca, especially when that level 2 gets activated. And I want to see how that lack of defense that Sea Viper has, how is she going to deal with that level 2? How is she going to be able to keep that drive gauge safe and solid? Because this character can harass that continuously, whether it be level 2 activation, off of OD, a little Blanca-chan. How is she going to survive in the corner or any knockdown scenario? We've already seen what happens when Ken comes through. Now what happens when it's like a more mixed potential type of character like Blanca?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, right? We've already highlighted some of the major weaknesses from the Vipers that we've seen thus far. Only one has been able to actually claim that W, and it was Kazunoko. In, I want to say, somewhat convincing fashion, but it was actually down to the wire. Looking at it right now, I think Blanca would be a pretty excellent choice to kind of close the gap and also counter poke against the Viper. I do like the presence that Takagi kind of presents with that medium kick to also get himself that meaty pressure first and foremost. Not really a lot that C Viper can do to kind of rebuttal against plus frames. She has obviously 4 framers for herself, but it's really up to the discretion of the person on offense to kind of let go of that pressure. So we'll see. I think Kawano, if anything, can find ways to keep his defensive options ambiguous, at least with super, or at least find himself out of the corner more often than not. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. I think overall, C Viper can get drowned pretty easily by plus frame normals, or at least through solid meaty pressure and sequences.
Yeah, I think on top of all this, like, I think Blanca's buttons are going to outrange hers, crouching medium punch, even crouching fierce, which has gotten a little bit more reward on the previous seasons in totality. And, you know, I think that helps. However, at least if you were able to counter poke back or whip punish, you get in the range like crouching unit kick and super jump cancel right after that, you at least have like a follow-up that you can do. Someone like Kawano's going to be doing that more often, I would assume. Kawano says, this week, I was really having fun with C Viper. It'll be the first and last Viper I'll be using, but it was so fun playing her. Does that mean the first and last time he'll be using her in total? Is he just like, today is the day that I want to utilize the character and then no more after that? Very strange, because I feel like watching him play, I don't want to say like it's a him character, because he can make any character his character, but it's a his character. You know, like how Luke wasn't his character, but he made it his character in similar fashion. It's almost like that, it feels like. So maybe it's too much work to main C Viper and Akuma at the same time. I feel like he could make it work, but maybe he doesn't think it could work. I'm not sure, but hopefully he reconsiders.
You're talking about Kawano, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he could. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You're talking about Kawano, right?
Yeah.
I mean, most definitely.
It's like, yeah.
Most definitely. Yeah, I think if anybody's capable of doing so, it's 100% Kawano. I think he's been proving that throughout multiple seasons of Street Fighter League, multiple versions of Street Fighter in general. I think his overall understanding of how the game operates is pretty much top of the cut.
All right, nice confirm. Knockdown, the extension. He spins quite a bit of bar to get in. Walks back to get this sweep. Actually gets the punish counter. Caught the button out.
Oh, the jump out from Takagi. I get the right call. Damn, that caught the jump preemptively. That was a counter hit too for the jungle. Oh, too far for little fella? Doesn't matter for Takagi, enforcing that pressure yet again. Do you drive rush forward to pursue? Of course you do.
Get him up.
Frames and everything.
Overhead.
Oh, that was slick. Yeah, what did we just talk about, man? That exact moment where C Viper is under fire is just so difficult for her to find the right options on defense.
That's why I go for the tap parry. That was called out for that exact reason. Wow, that crouch unit kick able to hit. It's so confusing where it actually hits, but more range than you might think. Take him towards the corner, level 2. How you defend against this little man trying to come through, chasing him down. You cannot leave for free. Goes further extensions because you were in level 2, has even more of a lead right now. Kawano cannot find the right handle. That heavy kick is handling him. And again, try to tap parry. You don't have the defense. He knows it. He's blowing it up. Knockdown. It's not over yet. The super against the DI had to do so to not die.
Oh. A single hit. Takagi knows it. Not trying to overextend that. That could have been it, actually.
Heavy kick.
Don't be afraid of the DI.
The jump back. Oh.
I was going to say, I don't think it matters for Takagi to withstand the DI, right? Like, all he needs to do is hit C Viper once. Kawano didn't even have enough life to absorb any health. Or absorb any hits, excuse me.
Still kicking it with the character, though. Still kicking it with C Viper. Gets a back throw. Seismo, we're holding parry to keep the bar up as much as possible. We're all slide. Takaki's in his bag right now. I see the confidence, but the walk back, crouch spears will collect against that throw. Nice and close with the, oh, but the wake up. Oh, the ball able to work out against the throw. Right back at him. Avoids the Seismo. Hard knockdown. Oh, they are slugging.
Oh. I guess we'll be a throw bait. Level 1's going to be severely punished. Actually, Takaki could get the rest of the drive gauge, which he does so. And also, he could force the... Yeah, this is going to be a checkmate regardless. That was so smart. Good awareness from Takaki. Looking at match point. Kawano not really as fluid as we expected him to be as C Viper. Either that or Takagi is just way too, I guess, prepared for the matchup.
It's the preparation also like against the defensive tactics. Like he's been blowing that up continuously, like blowing up the parry attempts and things like that. When Kawano's on the back foot, there's not too much that he has to survive. And it's not just a C Viper problem, it's a him problem. Drive rush heavy kick. That button has been the star-studded part of the cast right now for this character, whether it be drive rush or as an anti-drive rush tool. Now the activation level 2, bad situation up in the corner. Can't find a way to perfect parry. You cannot leave at the proper distance. OD.
Level 1.
That's enough the level 1 to get it done. The pickup to put him down. Takaki with the pop off.
That's a good way to set it off. That's exactly what CAG Osaka needs to get themselves on the board, especially with their rising star. And it just makes sense. Blanca going up against C Viper, the lack of defense that she has inherently is just so powerful. Like Takagi also making the perfect choices of being able to pretty much drain the drive gauge when need be, and also understand like what ranges Kawano wants to play at. He's been very, very cognizant of the toolkit that C Viper has and the lack of defense that she has as well. So really, really well played overall. Yeah, so that instance of Kawano constantly throwing DI, there was nothing for Takagi to fear, right? Like, even if he was in burnout or not, like for Takagi, he just needed to press a button to stop it, right? I think it would have killed C Viper. There's just not a lot of health left. It's kind of funny that Kawano kept doing it.
It's like, I just need anything. Something, anything, but there's nothing there though. And again, like I feel like the buttons outrange hers, and like it doesn't feel like she can really initiate, at least right now. Maybe it's like a Kawano thing, but it just felt like there was a perfect spacing for everything. The heavy kick also stopping any sort of drive rush initiation on that side. CHE not gonna get 40 bomb at the very least, at the very most. They want a 40 bomb right back. Takaki with a very sound victory, but that was some DLC. You know, Kawano wasn't maybe prepared for like the league pressure that was put on. Gachikun comes up next, and I wonder who you send up from CAG Osaka. Theoretically, Eita wouldn't be too bad here, but you might want to save him for Sahara or Chun-Li from Uryo. But then again, Uryo might want to play C Viper.
Oh, fan rich. Going in with Blanca, by the way. Damn, the double Blanca pick coming in from CAG Osaka. Now, I'm not actually against the pick too bad, really. Fenrich going up against Gachikun's Rashid. The coach matchup, sorry, the captain's matchup in the second positioning. Yo, Gachikun with the mustache is throwing me off like crazy, actually.
It's like, who is that?
Yeah, I didn't recognize it. I'm like, wait, when did this happen? But all jokes aside, Fenrich not having the best time, even with JP switching over to the Blanca. He's only had 1 W for himself, and he's played pretty much every single week up until this point, only accumulating 10 points. But I want to mention that, like, even while playing either character, although it's like been kind of okay so far, they haven't really been like super competitive or super contestable matches between like him and his opponent. It's been really rough to see the current slump that Fenrich is in right now.
Compared to how he wasn't like the last season, he was so down with that level 2. He had the ideation to spin a lot of drive gauge and then get level 2 built up, and then take away your drive gauge and then get his refunded so he can harass you up in the corner. We don't really typically see that as much. We don't even see like the entry points happen that much with him. For Gachikun, let me take a look at his scoreboard. He's not doing too bad at all. He's only lost 1 game out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games that he's played. He's 4-5 right now in terms of He's only losing to Shuto recently against his Ryu, which was kind of unexpected because that Ryu was so new. but Shuto is ready for the way that Gachikun's able to play. But overall, though, Gachikun is just so... I feel like we've had this conversation so many times. It's not that he's underrated, it's just that he's not spoken about enough. Because he is out here doing a ton of work in terms of like league, in terms of even offline. Like that, one of the best Rashids. I don't know if he travels nearly as much, but even in league, he is such a dominant force for his team. Gachikun says, Kawano's Viper unfortunately lost, but if I win and Sahara wins, we can still win, so we'll just start the win right here. Fenrir says, Gachikun is a strong player, but Tagaki did an outstanding job, so I'll keep the flow going for the anchor. We'll have to see, though. I mean, this is kind of difficult for Fenrir, who I feel like hasn't had the best time initiating or getting things started in the neutral to even lead up to that level 2 scenario that we had with the game plan that was previous in the last season. I feel like the defensive tactics from players has gotten better as the game has progressed, and now you're fighting against one of the best defensive players in the business, Gachikun. Good luck to you.
Good call out against the potential overhead from the drive rush. We do get the conversion off of the crouch jab, and damn, still also collecting the bones off of Fenrich's Blanca right now, mid-air, on the ground, etc. The entire way through. Up until this point, Fenrich forces himself into burnout off of that hit confirm.
It's level 1 to back himself up, and a level 2 to get that bar back, and he tried to slide. Fireball is just too fast, too quick with it, and quick-witted. Gachikun, first round so far with the quickness. Off the low, though, crouching medium punch, gets a slide right after, nice and close. But again, Gachikun just knows when to attack, knows when to go for like a counter button.
We can get the burnout successfully from Fenrich. We get the forward throw as well, applying even more so the pressure coming in. Gachikun not going to fall for pressing any sort of supers on wake up, or at least executing supers on wake up, excuse me.
Come up, drive rush overhead, blocks out the Stone Crusher. Back jump in nothing. Try to go for the jump in, but the ODDP just too fast. Get that jump in. Staggering these buttons, and the light, the Arabian Cyclone, the charge of Fireball. It's all killing the drive gauge, and now it's all gone. Pop off with the level 2, which is level 3. Oh.
Jesus. Making the right calls is Fenrich so far. At least tying it up within the rounds. Gachikun sitting at 3 bars. We might see that execution, whatever knockdown that leads into level 2 to kind of turn the tide, but Fenrich actually getting mad close to putting Gachikun into the corner. These callouts on offense have been so proper.
There we go, medium mixer, using that OD Eagle Spike to get the side switch. Push him towards the corner. Oh, it's still right there. Oh, pardon me. I thought he was going to recover in time. Gets the backdoor fine, finds a jump, and the fireballs are actually killing Gachikun right now. The double OD with the level 1. Reversal jabs, the crouching light kick. Still doable. Nah, not with the trades, excuse me. Fenrich had it in full control right there.
Excellent choices too, coming in for Fenrich offensively. Not letting go once he gets the bite down on Rashid. Something to note too is like some of the options that Fenrich is choosing, although like rather aggressive, it kind of forces Gachikun to like, I guess, put himself into like overdrive with the mental stack. Right now, he's really considering like what kind of options Fenrich is willing to throw out on offense. That's kind of throwing Gachikun for a loop. Now you see the walk back being caught. Fenrich having some pretty good choices made on offense so far. That was actually mad random that the electricity hit.
Boy, knee bombs coming through. That would do so well against like an anti-shoot, like a crouching medium kick. So I do like him utilizing that. Gets a throw, and without the fireballs to stop the drive rush, oppression, and approach, and to try to play the footsie game, because you see that the jumps have been working too often. Gachikun's gonna get backed up towards the wall a little bit too much. Set point. Fenrich, I know your game was like this now. My bad, my mistake.
Oh. You get the OD up ball as reversal. Gachikun still being able to snipe out the timing. Standing jab for the counter hit. This is the first time we get real corner control from the side of Gachikun outside of that first game. And now, what happens if you are burnt out? Fenrich, what's going to be the choice? Excellent tech, and the trade-off actually way better in Fenrich's favor. Over the fireball with the rainbow ball. Lightning Beast is going to be so good for the carry, the damage as well, and also regaining that drive gauge. Trying to go for a cross-up. Gachikun hanging on for dear life. A single instance from Fenrich could spell the W. Overhead
get the
goes
pushback.
in!
It's overhead right after that. Sneaks it in. Pusheisty is on the level 1, able to close it out. It's Dave on set point. Oh my God, that overhead was everything. But the push to get away from Little Block Head, just in case with the crouching kick drive rush, was also super sick. Good awareness on so many angles here as I say that the overhead happens. Blessings from above.
Oof. Fenrich looking rather convincing on offense. The throw will do it, but also Gachikun thought the exact same thing. It was back medium kick, and another one. Fenrich with a perfect, excuse me? 2 games straight against Gachikun, looking fully prepared for the second half of this matchup. That was actually ridiculous. Call-outs upon call-outs from Fenrich. I think this is Gachikun's evil twin brother. I don't know who that is right now, but that's definitely not the defense we expected.
Nachikun right there. That's not my Kun right there. Not at all. I'll tell you one thing. Fenrich made it look like that was a completely different player. Being able to jump in against the fireballs, being able to get through all the pressure that usually happens from Rashid, stopping any sort of drive rush opportunities as well. Like, you know, Gachikun likes to initiate with fireballs and poke with those every so often. That got jumped in on. Then you saw the level 2 stuff that happened previously in other seasons happen here to be the effective way to get the kills right after. Killing the drive gauge, killing the character, whatever it may be. This dude, Fenrich, heard me talking mess. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know your gangster was like this. But even get the throw, I thought he was going to get hit by this level 2, but the timing was perfect to get the back throw. This is a brand new Fenrich. 20 points. CAG Osaka, are they going to reverse 40 bomb Good 8 Squad? Because that's what happened last time. Is this their revenge?
You know, I would be pretty happy to see it, genuinely, because it's like, I mean, it's one thing for COG Osaka to get a 40 bomb and get themselves past the 100-point threshold. It's another thing to restrain or restrict Good 8 Squad from getting any sort of points this week to allow the other teams to catch up. That would be pretty sick, right? I mean, it causes more drama for the rest of the teams. It makes it that much more contentious within the ranks. So it would be sick. Honestly, I would love CAG Osaka to do it, but Sahara is just looking too strong right now. Like, him being the anchor just makes perfect sense. I think him getting past the 1,400+ players over in World Warrior number 3 is such a big signifier that he's going to be ready for anybody. It's Eita.
Eita.
We're not going to get Urio's Viper. Instead, Urio is going to be sitting on the bench, if need be, for the tiebreaker.
Really? Eita coming up. Let's see. Was this the match that Eita had the W or a chance to win? And he kind of, I forgot what the mistake was, but it felt like he faltered more than Sahara winning it. Oh, I think this was, because it was 2-1 last time they played in the first of 2. I think this was the match where it was like something happened where Eita, if he didn't overextend, he would have been fine and he would have been able to take that W. I believe it was.
Yeah.
Either way,
he was waiting. He was waiting and playing it really well. He was being very, very patient with it, and then he decided to drive rush out of nowhere. And Sahara was like at the perfect range and perfect time to like snipe him out. He had so much time.
Okay. Damn. Time for some revenge. See if it can happen if Eita can claim what is rightfully owed to him, at least what he believes. But as you mentioned, Sahara, winning World Warrior, this dude's already qualified for a Capcom Cup. He can hardcore focus on Street Fighter League, but he still pulls up to a World Warrior, wins a bad matchup in Grand Final. Sorry to spoil if you didn't see it. But, like, this cat is ridiculous. This is another shining star that I'm like, if I'm a player at Capcom Cup, I'm hella worried about Sahara. Probably have been for a while, but even more so now that he has been so dominant. And I think after EWC losing that LCQ so unfortunately convincingly, going 0-2 out the LCQ at EWC, has like put something in his mind to be like, never again. Like that kind of shame and that kind of anger, I guess, you know, losing. And, you know, I shouldn't be down there. I shouldn't be losing like this. Has only led to him having success at Street Fighter League for the most part, over at tournaments being in top 8 spots, if not winning and qualifying, obviously. Now winning World Warrior. He's been dominant on so many scales right now.
I would agree with that. I mean, for the most part, I think he's been looking at like easily the candidate for top 3 eds in the world for sure. And I was asking the chat who's first, but Lashar is definitely in contention for it for sure, like first place. But he's also been dominant with Terry and Mai. I don't know. That's I think it's going to be an interesting question going forward. I think Lashar is overall the complete package. But in terms of like strictly Ed, I don't know.
Yeah, just Ed. It's Sahara. Like if we're just saying like only main Ed, no other character, it's Sahara. But even then, I feel like Sahara's not that far off from Lashar. I think Lashar's tendency as a player is stronger, and that's why he's put over the edge. He's just like a machine. He understands Street Fighter 6 so well. But I don't think Sahara is that far off in understanding what to do as well. I feel like his driver checks are really, really good. He knows how to position himself really well too as well. And I feel like he has a very good clutch factor. There was the time where he was down against Noah and he brought it back after going, I think he was 2 up, and then Noah brought it back, and most people kind of break down. He took a second and took that W. We see that happen a little bit where Sahara will lose like a game, and then something just flips in his mind. He flips the script and he gets the W from there. In terms of like the interview, Sahara said, team was in bad shape, but I'm kind of relaxed. It's the first time I saw Gachikun kind of so beaten up. Ada said, I'm so sick right now. This is the most important matchup, really nervous. The team told me to go, so I'll do my best. I'm so sick. Can we just play the game already? Well, you're getting your wish. Let's see. If you're going to close out for your team and get 40 points.
Ada's going to have to hold it in and figure out how to get this big W against Sahara. How can he solidify this 40-point ball game against Sahara? This is going to be so sick to actually see this rebuttal, by the way. Eita, he did a fantastic job in their first interaction with each other. As we had mentioned prior, it was just him losing his patience at the very end. I don't think him being sick will help his patience game at all. Immediately sniped out of the Demon Raid. Sahara now on to pretty much abusing this corner positioning. That was actually mad slick, being able to drive an immediate OD uppercut from Eita, but Sahara coming in still with the rebuttal. Throw will do it. He actually went for a double blitz. I wonder if that was supposed to be like an earlier blitz. He just dashed up to grab. Dude, yo, Sahara is going nuts.
The catch, the read. The confidence to do so. Oh, but a whip punish though. Hard knockdown with the sweep. Aside of Eita. Toss it towards the corner. Many ways to play. Fireballs, demon flips. Matchup can be kind of problematic in some angles. Have kick Tatsu. Next up the damage. Reversal jab. After the block. Crouching light kick. Hits the level 2. Hands like NyQuil. Once again, trying to put this cat to bed. All the way to the corner. Delay button. Gets a counter and conversion.
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy Sahara is nuts. And he gets another level 2, by the way. Jesus, man. Yo, whatever Sahara just did to Eita, it like shook him up. It like got him forward like a whole 30 degrees, hunched over the chair. He was doing some actions. He was like praying to whatever deity he believes in. That guy was just like, all right, you got me. Hold up, I'm awake now.
Gotta hit that flu game. Eita, spend a little bit more with the OD fireballs. You gotta do up in this matchup. Maybe more of the Adamant Fist. I want to see what happens when he's introducing what Kawano used to do. Drive rush, Adamant Fist to try to catch a lacking button, because Sahara's really good in terms of like the reactions. Test him a little bit, but right now, can't do much. Drive rush, OD DP, quite a bar expended. That's a lot, and you're lacking. All right, has level 1 now after that tech. So someone to play in Burnout.
Yo, it still caught that jump round. I was mad early. Oh, this is huge.
Bro, Sahara don't care.
I was gonna say possible chip, but no, it was gonna be too far away. My mistake. Eita, all he needs to do is just hound Eita down. These fireballs aren't really gonna equate to much for the side of Sahara. Eita willing to throw out some of the ODs, giving different looks on the timing of the fireball so far. Sahara's willing to wait this out. He's been hanging out so far away from Eita.
All it takes is like one OD flicker. He's gonna pull him close with the normal one to get the strike throw done. That's a real deal strike though, unless you're holding parry. Damn, the confidence, the dominance right now to deal with the fireballs, projectiles. Hits him with the crouching medium punch. You cannot escape. Checking the toes. Trade, but Sahara just resets back to neutral. Backs off because he knows that he can do so. He can perfect parry. Drive rush jab, gets at the proper range. He's got the buttons to be able to whip punish, to lay out.
Oh. Perfect parry on the way in. Excellent tech. Actually being able to drain some of the drive gauge with that drive impact. A very, very deep dive kick to catch the toes of Sahara. Didn't lead to much though. Eita backing away. We're talking about that patience game so far. Sahara getting the better of it both in life resource and drive gauge.
Ooh, that was gonna be a dive kick. Nothing doing though. Backs away from the throw. Fireball. No, it's a fake out instead with the spark. He's walking down once again. One hit, the super will seal the deal right now. What's it gonna be? Nice stand medium kick. Gonna drive a shab with the skilling behind it. Try to go for it. It breaks the throw right after though. Back throw. No, it's a low instead. Got him with the DP, but again, in burnout, kind of difficult. He had to spend so much bar just to get some push outside the corner. And Sahara still looking very well right now. He blocked this. He for sure did. Even better. Hell parry. Knew it was coming through. We gotta start talking about Sahara, bro. We gotta start putting him in the conversation of top 10. This cat is insane.
Man, it's just so difficult to contest against Sahara, who's been waiting at this range to perfect parry fireballs, also like snipe out any sort of advancement from Eita with the flickers. Just like that too. Being able to throw out any of those normals to stop Akuma from moving forward just makes it that much more detrimental, not only for Akuma, but for Eita, right? Eita doesn't even want to try to play this long of a match against him.
As he does so, you can see him burning out even more like, as it goes on. I've never seen Eita being burned out this often, this much, and honestly, it's by his admission of trying to engage and it's not happening. Sahara's disengaging. Disengaging that jaw too as well. Reversal jabs, hits it with the DP, back with drive gauge. Baits it out with ODDP, you really thought. Take him towards the corner, have get Tatsu. Yes, I like that ender. Another bait.
Yeah, that's cool. I think it's the first time we've really seen Sahara get baited with the OD uppercut like that, right? Being able to throw out a light that recovers just in time to prevent the invincibility from actually catching any sort of normal, any sort of proper meaty normal. Properly timed meaty normal. Let me be specific.
What a perfect parry. Nice and close, getting the punish right after. Tatsu to take him towards the corner with the medium one. More mid-range fireballs, I do like that. Keep it a little bit more ambiguous. He was kind of throwing them out long range down the block. They were easy to deal with. And now he's got him trapped up in the corner. This is what you want to see as Akuma. Get more extensions here if you can find a confirm. Oh, neutral jump denied with the DP applied.
What in the hell? His understanding of what players want to go for, like certain button sequences, have been pretty good. I mean, after those 3 lights, I don't even think Eita should be allowed to press a button. So Sahara pretty much taking his turn after that sequence was pretty proper. Uppercut, you already know it. And the level 2 to boot. Hella damage to the drive gauge. Yeah, being able to force the burnout. Eita actually finds the counter. And speaking of taking turns, Sahara actually tried to convince Eita from holding back and pressing buttons. That was actually a pretty big error, in my opinion, coming in from Sahara.
It's almost funny because like Eita took what Sahara was doing in terms of, oh, there's a gap, I'll take my turn back, or I'll just be able to press when I feel like I have the range to do so with that 5 frame. And there's so much reward off that button for Akuma, as we see right there. Bring it back for the break. And I also like the way that Eita's playing a little bit more in terms of like walking down, not just throwing out OD fireball or drive rushing up. He's been able to survive burnout as well, but I want him to do more of this. Walk up fireball, walk up forward fierce, stand fierce, things like that. The usual things you want to see up in the matchup, even though Sahara's well with the perfect parry. Now the aerial approach is earned with a dive kick.
Oh, what coverage too off of the drive rush option select into the, parry into the drive rush option select. Catching a counter hit from Sahara. This exact offensive momentum is exactly what Eita needs. He's backing away. He knows it's no longer his turn. Looking for a drive rush. He's looking for an error from this side of Sahara, right?
Wow, who is this? This is not my Eita. Not the one from Street Fighter 4 that I used to see every so often. But the craziness, he's being able to peel back and reel back when he needs to and show different looks instead of getting too aggressive, too active with the drive gauge. And I like that he's recognized that he's spent too much far too often and only now finding rewards and confirms the DRCs. Here's Sahara. Take him towards the corner. DP no cycle what's necessary. Even if you space it up that stand light kick, the bunions, man, they be reaching far.
Those are world-class bunions, by the way. Speaking of which, does catch the counter hit against Sahara. Forward throw now. Level 3 is attack from Eita. A single hit, counter hit or not, goes into the drive rush, goes into a big damage combo. And speaking of which, same applies for Sahara. He's forced to use that level 3 to secure that round.
Not too bad for Eita. Obviously, you don't want to lose no rounds, but you'll take the bar, the meter away, so you don't get to play with that level 2 for a while. Eita with a lot to utilize on his side of things. Level 2 if he wants to open the corner for some extensions. Level 3 if he wants some big damage openers or a ender. Caught the walk back with the jab. Very smart stuff. That stand light kick able to reach right after. His light pressure is pretty damn good, but he tried to go for the crouching medium punch. Sarah with a slight shimmy. Tried to go for it again. Wasn't able to collect that there.
Back to the patience game, right? Sahara, look at where he's hovering, specifically against Eita, right? Giving himself enough time to either perfect parry, regular fireballs, or also check the advancement from Eita. And Eita also knows it. We do get a huge punish on that. A little bit of an error from the side of Eita. Head shake on that one. He forgot to drive rush behind it.
Season it a little bit more. We had a nice little lead, taking away a lot of drive gauge. Still can get in, but the anti-air nice and high. Second place right after, trying to go for the throw. He takes that though. Eita on defense has been something spectacular so far. He's got Bardo spin for some OD fireballs. Try to punish it, baits it out. Easy 6-frame, adamant fist won't miss. Yeah, sip this calamity. It is CA. Extra potency. I'm coming through.
Damn. You know, I genuinely didn't expect it to come down to the wire again between Sahara and Eita. I thought Eita was going to be a little bit more gung-ho offensively and kind of like disregard the way that Sahara's been playing, but he's definitely turning up. Like, in comparison to the first 2 games we had seen, he was looking a little schlops from the side of Eita. I'll be very honest. I think he was looking kind of impatient, but he has definitely turned up when needed. I think Eita is understanding of what Sahara is looking for, is showing how much of a veteran he is in regards to adaptation. Like, Street Fighter adaptation is ingrained in Eita's blood. To actually talk about things that are relevant, you're looking at the way that Eita's spacing himself out against Sahara, especially with the fireballs being thrown out, opting to go for charged fireballs more often than not from full screen. And instead of just going for like medium range fireballs to contest against pokes that Ed has, Sahara's been acting second to it a lot, like going for perfect parry and drive rushing forward. So he took that off the board away from him. He also hovers around like normals that Ed is actually able to snipe out. So he's also been very keen on that timing and that spacing as well. So he's starting to play like a set of layers that Sahara is not ready for just yet in terms of just the timing, right? Like overall, Eita's offensive timings in terms of like what sequences he wants to go into have been very difficult for Sahara to catch up on. So I think that's Eita's strong suit right now. Going into the final game though, after 2 whole beatdowns, I think Sahara is going to be a little bit more aggressive. I think he's going to try to close the gap against Eita a little earlier than most.
He's going to have to, because I feel like this long-range game to mid-range is not going to really work out. This range also is like kind of deep because you're throwing out fireballs. You also have the threat of like a jump-in or like a dive kick, but here's a side from Sahara. Try to catch you back with the flicker. Perfect parries of fireballs. Stay on 10 toes, stand his ground. Crouching like again, like you think maybe it's going to be a back throw, but these lights are so sticky with the character. And the walk-up jab, getting the counter conversion, the DP right after. Hits the brakes, no DP though from Sahara. Gonna bust out, that's been a problem for him as well, not being able to find the right reads on reversals. Eita's works though.
And the throw does it. Actually kind of convincing from Eita right now. All of the momentum shifting away from Sahara and going for like one of the safer options to just going for the throw. The low forward. I wouldn't say one of the safer options, my mistake, because he does have like a meaty normal to kind of bait out like the OD DPs too. But either way, let's see if we can get the dream. Let's see what Eita's sleep number is. He's talking about being sick. Maybe he can put him into a little bit of a night early.
Let's get the NyQuil, bro. Back throw again. See the reads on him trying to stand up or walk away. I'm not done with you. And the fireball's building up the drive gauge as well. Right back at it. Similar situation. Can't survive. Can Eita find a way to find a finish? He gets a back throw. opportunity to kill depending on what happens here. A significant jump in, especially with that punish counter. He tried to go for it. The anti-air was there. The low crouching medium punch. Sahara still in this. Knocked out with the cycle blitz. What's the wake up? Delayed button, but Sahara able to catch with his quicker one. Level 2 will get the job done. Oh, I thought.
Huh? Okay.
The flicker.
Woo.
Okay. All right. Play hard.
A little scary. Guaranteeing the chip for himself. Final round for both. 3 bars for the side of Eita. Knocks on the door. Does get the forward throw. Sending out the fireball full screen. Sahara trying to figure it out. No, sir. He went straight for the fireball. But the demon flip into the ender. The damage ender from the side of Eita. OD. Nothing back behind it. He only has 1 bar. And he actually gets away with it. That's 1 throw bait. Another sequence coming in from Sahara could get himself into level 2 territory, especially after this throw. Eita in dire straits. He actually is just 1 touch away from dying.
Tagging every so often. The dash up too far out, drive reversal, offensive style. Brazil in the corner while it finds a jump in to save his team. Sahara back from the brink of defeat. We mentioned it before. We see it in action. This clutch is too much.
Eita convinced with the throws in back-to-back knockdown scenarios. If you looked at what happened prior, mid-screen Sahara got him with the throw bait. Eita in the corner yet again, committing to the throw. It's the exact same as what happened the last time they met. The impatience was coming in. It was creeping upon Eita. He didn't want to play defense anymore. He's like, when is it going to be my turn to play? When do I get my single hit confirm into the level 3? Sahara really laying it on.
That was great from Sahara because I felt like Eita had, as you mentioned, everything to do in terms of offense, but the defense just, it wasn't there. Like, the conversions were great. Eita was reading all the reversals, but then on the reverse, it was him trying to tech and got neutral jump continuously, getting tagged with buttons on counter hit, and then trying to force the issue with that super, trying to get something going, trying to get a back throw to initiate, but all leads to this. But I got to give credit to Eita. He went from Shoto Sop to Shoto Shine, so he's definitely looking better with that Akuma. However, it's all about Pugera right now, starting off with Sea Viper. Urio on the other side. Do we think we see a mirror match, or do we just go right to the Jamie to avoid all that?
If I were a betting man, I would say go straight for the W. Go straight for your main character and force Pugera to switch. If I were a degenerate, I would go pure Sea Viper.
I want to see that, actually. I do want to see a mirror match at this level. What should it comes down to this? To get the most amount of points? It's going to be the mirror match. Word.
Yeah.
Really?
This is. I don't know, man. If I were on the CAG team, I would try to go for the highest success rate of winning, the highest success rate of getting like as many points as possible. Maybe Urio's got it. I mean, like, I'm not trying to take it away from Urio. I mean, like, the very first time I got introduced to this guy was watching his Sea Viper cook up every single person in Japan in Street Fighter 4. I don't know, man.
But just like playing a mirror match, especially when the character is new, is got to be super difficult in my mind. Thinking that's player to player, you don't have full acclimation to like the characters, you know, what they want to do in their game plan and stuff like that. There's gonna be more scramble, more weird scenarios that you're not ready for. And you're a character that doesn't really have defensive tactics. Like, I don't know, man. I would have rather have a DP, a dive kick, a character I've been with for a long time, despite the fact that, yeah, this is my new character, or this is a character I've rocked with for a long time. To save my team, we're at the bottom rung, and you pulling out a mirror match. You also have a Chun-Li. Well, maybe Chun-Li, maybe not the best, but still, you have a Jamie that is pretty damn good. I feel like whenever he plays Jamie, it's not like he's losing drastically. Usually it's like by a few interactions. It's kind of odd considering your team is ready for you right now.
Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of torn between this decision just overall, right? I'm just thinking about it. Like, although Urio may not have had a best record with Jamie, I think he would have like a much stronger. Personally, I think he would have a much stronger shot playing a character that he's been working with throughout the entirety of the season. Like, granted, I know he's like Sea Viper brained. I know he's like Sea Viper encoded through and through. But let's be honest, it's not. It's like it's a shade of like who she was in 4, right? Like you don't have the defensive capabilities anymore. You don't have the capabilities of going like seismos as freely as you want because of the recovery upon it, or at least the block strings she has aren't going to be as strong as in comparison to 4. It's not going to be the same kind of experience.
And also, I wonder, because I've seen some players, I'm sure that he's fine with this. I mean, watching him play, it seems like he's gotten a little bit more informed than Sagat players. Obviously, it wasn't a drastic change. All right, cheers, brother. Anyway, what are we doing, Pugera? But, like, having to take your mind away from how she used to play, there's still got to be some of that there, right? Like, a little bit of that there that might come up in the early stages, even like in the middle of a match, like especially a match like this. It's just risky to see him come up. Gary even said this. I was expecting him to do a mirror match, but he'll definitely win. And then he toasted his glass with whatever's in there. But maybe there's something that he's confident with to run this mirror match. I mean, you probably played a lot of mirror matches in CFN, I'm sure. But like finding someone at Street Fighter League, Gara, and your team is down so many points, it's a different sort of weight than getting some CFN points.
Yeah, that's a lot being said already right out the gate from Pugera. I wasn't expecting the mirror match. I mean, again, I can't hammer in this point enough. Like, give me the Jamie, damn it. I want to see.
Yo, like, I want to see the Jamie fight him. Yeah, like. I'm so confused. He can switch, but going down a game obviously is not what you want to do in the first of 2, and your team, again, already down at a deficit in terms of overall points is not good. But Uriel says, it's like a drama, this match. I've watched Pugera's Viper as well, so I'll be playing aggressively as always. We'll see if it works out. Let's see if this drama unfolds in something sad or something happy for CAG Osaka, getting as many points as possible. They were on the verge of a 40 bomber, need to walk away with 30 points say name and take as many away from Good Ace Squad. Will they get their revenge? Round start OD, burn kicks. Pugera is the one starting off aggressive.
Oh, a little bit too far to get that confirmed. Onto the other side. Super jump burn kicks. Urio. Damn, this is actually so nostalgic. He's going with outfit 2, costume 1, or color 1, excuse me.
Just to let you know what he's been about. Ooh, okay. Meeting with the Crush Fears. Damn.
Nice and easy. Okay, Urio, hold up. Let him cook.
My bad, put the apron on. Didn't mean to challenge your gangster. Does get the anti-air, crucible back with it. No fault, but that's fine. Nice and close and personal. Caught the walk back with the crouch fierce though. Good cancels. Into the super. I get to go seismo continuously. Spending too much drive gauge and finds the anti-air once again.
Oh, does get the perfect parry against the chin lights. Good call out there from Urio. Looking rather healthy in the drive gauge, but nice call out against the seismo. From Pugera. Oh, that's gonna be level 3. Okay, not even gonna go in for the level 3. He gets it off of this combo instead. It's gonna be critical art damage, but more importantly, the drive gauge is depleted. No, he's hella dead regardless. That's hella damage.
You know, Urio, we all make mistakes, right? Forgive me for this one. Damn. He's like, bro, I've been playing her since 4. Well, just in 4. But you ain't got the pedigree, you see. All right, you ain't like me. Pull back to the old me. Urio already about to close things off. The first game to him getting the knockdown and catching him Tekken. Those not connected. Overhead, pressuring, staggering. With that throw, Pugera hasn't really found a lot of moments or opportunities to open him up. At least as significant as Urio has. Oh.
Good call out against the burn kicks. Urio is just so sharp. But it's more so in the detriment of Pugera. He's been opting for movement so much on Wake Up, and Urio's just been punishing him with these crouching heavy punch meaties over and over again.
The throw right after. Drive rush, hits the brakes, gets the crouch fierce, but not being able to convert into anything significant. We'll get the anti right there. Wake Up level 1. Let's get active.
Man, if there's anybody who understands how to maneuver with the burn kicks, it's definitely Urio. We get the perfect parry. We're gonna get the side switch. Gonna be able to walk up forward roundhouse. You try to take a button after that. Pugera definitely knows though that forward roundhouse is not gonna keep you plus.
What a neutral jump. Finds a fall. Struggles with the DI, but the throw is there. Too raw. Pugera still in. Oh. A lot of resources as well. We'll see if he can pop up like a level 1. Maybe get aggressive, get active with it. It seems like that's not really been the case here for Pugera compared to Urio and how they've been maneuvering their Viper. Uh-oh. Execution errors.
That's a pretty big bait and a half. We talked about Urio and his mobility. Oh, that's huge. Punish counter, super jump, cancel, roundhouse on the way through. Yeah, ODC Viper. You want to talk about damage being dealt? This right here with that ender, you're looking at what, 70? Jesus Christ.
So one more touch scenario. It's going to be a low. It's going to be Urio proving us all liars and wrong. Taking it 2-0 in the mirror match. Saying you ain't know me. You ain't know the old me, the old Urio. Poisonous, toxic, whatever you want to call him, this guy has got it all. And honestly, once again, a mirror match, a player-to-player, in early days running DLC is going to be detrimental. But Urio did not let the weight of his team needing that victory, need as many points as possible, get to him. That's why people were like, yo, why are you playing this mirror match when you have a full character like Jamie at the ready? But they worked out. I'm very, very surprised to see him get that W. It was well done.
I blame Pugera. My man was trying to get out of harm's way, but ended up eating so many crouching heavy punches. I'll tell you what. I think it was more so Urio's understanding of what he needs to do with C-Viper to dish out the damage early. And you can see it too in this exact replay. What happened? Pugera actually got smoked by the crouching heavy punch upon wake up. However, it's not to say that he wasn't ready with his own rebuttal. I will say that overall, he was trying to, boom, make sure that Urio was overextending on offense, trying to get some of these drive impacts in to no avail though. But Urio, when it was his time to shine, boy, did he do so as strong as ever. That's a great debut of C-Viper for the side of Urio, and hopefully he gets to sharpen it up even further in the weeks to come.
So the last time that these cats played, what was it? I think it was like the 40 bomb. Now we have a brand new character, more emboldened players. Victrix doing mad work out here with the Blanca, finally back in business. Get litty. CAG Osaka taking it down over Good Eight Squad, who has been such a dominant team for seasons upon seasons. Street Fighter League champions, world champions. They've been everywhere. But seeing them bleed like this, even though it was 30-20 going down to the final game, is fantastic. Once again, it is hard to call what happens on a league, and this is not what my prediction was at all. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I definitely had CAG Osaka losing pretty badly, but they proved me a liar. They proved me wrong. The new DLC, I can't wait to see what they do in the second half. This is a very, very good start for them. A very strong start. Urio, I feel like having this DLC at the ready is prepared for League, and Victrix also being a strong component finally for the team. He hasn't had that success. Now finding with the Blanca, it's a really good showing for them.
I would agree with that. I mean, I don't think any of us expected the outcome to be what it was, specifically within the second matchup as well, Gachikun versus Victrix. Like, Victrix was coming into it statistically on a very, I don't want to say downward trend because he started from the bottom regardless. Like, I don't think there was a single W on his belt outside of week number 3. To be honest, I mean, that's just being very clear of where his current standing was up until week number 6. Like, he only got 1 W. So him going up against Gachikun is a pretty tall order. If everybody else were to look outside looking in, it was a very tall order. Seeing him get 2 Ws over Gachikun is a pretty significant deal that CAG Osaka absolutely needed. Even Eita, towards the end of it all, him keeping the dream alive at least with 2 games going into the final game, final round against Sahara, completely unexpected, just because Sahara has been on an upward trend going in from his most recent performance of World Warrior number 3. So there were a lot of big surprises, and to see CAG Osaka to take it all the way through with 30-20 against Good 8 Squad, it shows you how unpredictable it is going from week to week.
Quality. of the players, their strategies and things like that, how they've been operating. Like that makes it so ambiguous in terms of who's going to be able to take it. And Tagaki, you know, mentioning his interview, Viper was here for us to practice, but it was a close one. He's also ready for Akuma, so it's a good thing that he won. Eita was always playing at, you know, the bad matchup, so it was great that we were able to win without his win. And honestly, Eita, like looking back at him, even though he had lost by final game, final round sort of interaction, you could see the development of his Akuma and his playstyle. We know for the wild, not mild style, but he's been able to pull back when he needs to and make it really ambiguous of when he's going to come in, the ranges that he needs to be at. He has it. Like he had the idea of how to fight the character, how to fight Sahara. He was at that perfect range you were mentioning with the fireballs, being able to access the aerial approach as well with the demon flips, which you like to do, be able to counter the normals, but he just kind of got a little bit too impatient. If he could just fix that issue, even more so, it'll be an even bigger threat. And honestly, it took someone like Sahara, who's been on an absolute heat streak, to be able to take it down the final game, final round against him. So I can't wait to see what Eita does against other opponents, other players. But CAG Osaka, this is why it's hard to call any sort of team to not be out of it. Because for them to come through like this, if you watch the matches and look at the data, even look at the scores too as well, you can see that they're developing and getting better and better. They weren't even that far off in the first place.
That's true. Takagi 2-0, Fenritz 2-0, Urio 2-0. Easily the strongest win record they've had in all of their weeks here at Street Fighter League Japan. Eita, the only one falling just a bit short. I'm sure he has a lot to say. He's a lot more active than I assumed a sick person would be. But he was feeling quote-unquote under the weather, according to his pregame interview.
Yeah, him almost having the flu game type beat would have been sick, but you know, it is what it is. Victrix says also, by the way, my games are so close as well. I was trying to get a big hit when I was in close range. That's why I was using SA1 often, his level 1. But his reads on the fireballs are really good. Understanding that Gachikun likes to poke with fireballs. I think Gachikun probably pokes with fireballs more often than most Rishi players, besides maybe like Dual Kevin. But even then, I feel like he's the one to establish a footsie game with the fireballs, and that takes a lot of good reads from Fenrich, despite the fact that if you know that, to be able to execute on that takes a lot of work. So it's good reads from him, and also the heavy kick as well, being able to stuff and stop things and stop the approach right after if you try to go for any sort of option. I'm very curious to see what Eita is saying. I'm sure it's detailing all the things that he's sick with. He's like, yeah, I got a stuffy nose, my back hurts, my hands hurt, got a little bit of a headache, probably something different, but still, he's going on for a long time. We'll get that interview here in a second, but big ups to him to be able to maneuver that Akuma the way it should. Okay, there we go. Thanks to the team for the win. And I was really sick. My arms were shivering, and my eyes weren't seeing anything. I was able to get my nerves back in the third match with the lead, which is too much. You're telling me my man he was like this the whole time, and he wasn't able to see straight. He's seeing triple eds on the screen, and he's just swinging and making moves happen. Wow. All right.
I mean, the same thing happened with Rocky Balboa, right? He was seeing 3 Ivan Dragos. His coach was like, hit the one in the middle. That's all he had to do. Eita would have been just fine.
Yeah, okay. One right in the middle. Okay, not bad. He said also, after I lost the match, my wife was upstairs screaming, and that was good to hear. What? How was it good to hear you lost? What do you mean? Wait, what? Huh?
I think he's somewhat of a masochist, I would imagine. Like Eita, sometimes I worry about you, brother. I've only had a few interactions with him in person, and they've all been very unique. I'll tell you what. And it's been like few and far between, actually. Like I've had interactions with him in 4. I had one interaction with him in 4, 1 in 5, twice in 6, and they've all been very funny. This guy's a very unique individual. I'll tell you what.
I remember at CEO this year, he was fighting Mago, and he did something on Wake Up that made Mago mad, and he looks back at me and Jack like, oh, I'm like, bro, focus on the match, just like that, bro. But yeah, he's a funny dude. He's a cool dude. It's great to see his evolution as a player too as well. And I'm glad he kept with the Akuma because, you know, I remember one of the interviews that he had before he lost that match. He was like, I'm going to show you the power of Akuma. I don't need to go back to Ken. And he lost that. But it's good to see him win or get close to winning, at least in this league, a lot more. Uriel says, I always do the one thing in a mirror match. Don't do moves I don't want to get hit. This is the key to win. I don't know what that means. Let's all play Viper. It's so fun. I don't have the hands for that, brother, so I'm going to leave that to you and Vicious and the other few.
he wants to do moves that aren't going to be susceptible to any punishes, essentially, is what he's saying.
Well, so only safe moves. Okay.
And it makes sense. Like, if you see the way he navigated with his burn kicks, and then opted to go for, like, perfect parries, like, he understands, like, what's going to be, like, in a -2 range, what's going to be actually punishable. I do want to kind of... I want to try to find the CFN for that exact matchup, because in general, most burn kicks are kind of punishable, actually. Like, I know all the air versions are going to be like -6 with the exception of OD. But like all the regular burn kicks are like -2. Generally.
You have to look back and see if there was anything that was punishable. But hey, he kept it tight enough to win. Fenrir says, since we won today, we still have a chance, so we'll do our best. Next up is Fabu Gaming, but the opponent doesn't matter anymore, so we'll be winning every single match. I do love that energy. It don't matter who's in front of me, I'm taking them down. They're a stepping stone towards the playoffs, which are coming up real soon. But it's good to also see them say, yo, we're still in this because we won. Like, if they had lost or been 40 bombed, that would look a lot darker. But once again, Street Fighter League is so great, you can't tell who's going to take it.
And they have a good lineup ahead of them, right? With only 3 more weeks left of regulation season, they got pretty much the difficult stuff out of the way. They took off the top 2 contenders so far. I mean, they fell to Nagoya NTPOJA, right, 10-30. But in this one, taking the #1 spot, or taking the #1 contenders, 20-30, that's a pretty big deal. But let's talk about it, right? Victrix Fabu Gaming falling short to Nagoya NTPOJA in way of a 40 bomb. Insane. Saishunkan Kumamoto falling short from the away position. 30 points to Crazy Raccoon. Upping themselves up into the bracket, or up into the playoffs, excuse me. Good 8 squad, only 20 points, still a pretty good deal. But CAG Osaka coming in with a big W, 30 points to their name, and this is how the spread looks like. Nagoya NTPOJA, despite being tied at 190 points, their battle differential a little bit, no, significantly better than Good 8 squad. Crazy Raccoon hanging out with just a 10-point deficit at 3rd, and look at how much closer it is for 4th, 5th, and 6th now. 120 for Saishunkan Kumamoto. CAG Osaka and Victrix Fabu Gaming both sitting past 100-point threshold at 110.
Doable. It's all doable. And that means the people at the top, job's not done. But see Nagoya NTPOJA at the top spot over Good 8 squad, over Street Fighter League champions, EVO champions that sit in that squad, CPT qualifiers, top 8 placers. It's kind of wild. And Crazy Raccoon now acclimating even more so with some DLC and maneuvering with their characters. You see the switch-ups right now, the shifts in terms of who's at the top spot and who's at the bottom, except for, well, unfortunately, Fabu Gaming. It's looking a little bit devious. And at least CAG Osaka is on an uptrend as for now, but we'll see what happens in the future. Having to fight someone like Fabu Gaming, who is at the bottom, even with all the Mai's in the world, has not mattered too much. It's going to have to be even more so lock in and clock in, because I feel like they know how much it means to have to get these W's and 40 bomb. So Fabu Gaming is going to come with even better strategies, even stronger strategies. But we'll be seeing what comes up right now. Here's the next time that we meet, after my birthday, actually, on the 4th in November. That Nation Focus Me, Fukushima Ibushingen. After that, Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Reject, and then Zeta Division Keithley versus Pharrell. Bangers upon bangers. Street Fighter League don't miss.
Yeah, it's really going to be an exciting time to see who's going to pretty much succeed over the other immediately after the big Chengdu premiere happening that weekend. So you guys got to keep your eyes peeled with all of the action coming through with Street Fighter League and also with the CPT. In fact, as we get ready and geared up for November, we also have a lot of the scheduling coming in for Street Fighter League in general. We only have a few more weeks left of regulation play. As you can see, Division S coming in through on Friday, November 7th, excuse me, for the following week of Week 8. Yeah, so it's going to be Good 8 squad going up against Saishunkan Kumamoto, CAG Osaka versus Victrix Fabu Gaming, then Nagoya NTPOJA versus Crazy Raccoon. A really, really diverse schedule in terms of how Division S and F are going to be playing out for these remaining couple of weeks. But it also gears us up nicely for both Street Fighter League EU and Street Fighter League US. November is the month to tune into when it comes to Street Fighter League. It's going to be insane.
We're so blessed to get such great action from around the globe. And it's all going to converge, obviously, at Capcom Cup for the Street Fighter League finals and the singles finals as well. The further schedule up here so you can get a full screenshot of what's about to occur. But once again, there's so much going down. And as these players progress through Street Fighter League, as they progress with a final CPT major and the World Warriors, it's only going to make them stronger and make the action even better every time they meet. Take a screenshot, whether with your phone or computer, don't matter what it is, so you know exactly what is coming through for the month of November as we finish off October with some of the most fantastic fights. And again, the Chengdu Major will be happening this week. I saw some people asking in the stream chat, this is the final CPT offline event. Otherwise, it's all World Warriors, and for some, for many at least, it's a one-stop shop for that. So only one player will be removing themselves from there and going over to CPT finals, a seat on the throne. With that being said, you know, there's still more to go for World Warriors over in Japan. We only had the third one happen just recently, and I haven't actually watched that all the way through. I'm actually going to do so today. But having so much variance in terms of where you're placed at, you definitely would like to qualify through other means like Street Fighter League. So some of these players out here are focused on this. But that still means good action is going to be coming through for the World Warriors for the 4th and 5th one. We've seen some significant wins for like Sahara in the top spot. We'll see if he can keep that same sort of dominance. Here's the playoffs, though, in December, the 13th and the 14th. You'll get your coffee, whatever you need, your caffeine to stay up with us through 2 days of action-packed playoffs as we get towards the finale.
Very excited to see it again. Everybody's gearing towards that playoff. Everybody's also gearing towards that big prestigious spot into Capcom Cup 12, whether it's through the singles division or whether it's in Street Fighter League. No matter how you spin it, it's going to be very highly and hotly contested every single time you see Street Fighter 6 on the screen. The meta has been developing nicely. The characters finally unleashed and slowly but surely getting more development in the realm of some of these DLC characters. It's a really exciting time if you're a Street Fighter fan, but more so if you're in the building. For Capcom Cup 12, the tickets are now officially on sale. You guys do not want to miss your opportunity to check it out in the Ryogoku Kokugikan. This is a very historic and prestigious hall of warriors. It is a sumo wrestling hall that has held so much reverence and also so much relevance towards the classics. Street Fighter 2 is actually their very first tournament was held in that exact hall, so it's cool to see. This is what the ticket price is going to be like, and this is what you can expect going into it. Obviously, we have the grand finals coming in for Street Fighter League Pro Japan January 31st. And then immediately after that, you get ready for the Capcom Cup 12 over in March.
Tune in for that World Warrior. Once again, people, keep it locked and loaded, whether it be your World Warrior or the ones going around the globe as we get towards the finale. A lot of regional finals are happening, and of course, Japan will be getting closer and closer. I think they're actually the last ones on the docket to close things out, but regardless, it's all going to be a great action. Seen a lot of variety out there. They even have public viewings, so make sure y'all scan that QR code if you're in the area and join up. It's something better than sitting down with your friends, your homies, even people that you don't know, and enjoying fighting games together. We've had an enjoyable day of fighting game play out here for Street Fighter League, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in terms of like the shakeups into the playoffs. And these players developed a new DLC, their current characters, or a new roster of characters for themselves. It's all going to be great action. Again, check out the Chengdu tournament this weekend. I'm hoping for my boy Dual Kevin to pull through with some points, but we'll see who gets on the leaderboards and stay solid in that sort of fashion. And also who just wins in general. Like who can call these days, because there's so many dominant players out there, some gatekeepers, and some people looking to get a very thirsty W. But that closes it out for us. We've had a great day of Street Fighter play. Thank you so much for joining us here on Street Fighter League Restream Japan 2025. I've been Seikola. I've been enjoying my boy Vicious. I know we've been a little bit tired because we've been traveling the globe a little bit. Puerto Rico was fantastic. Shouts out to that scene as well. But we thank you so much for joining and watching this fantastic action. Hey, brother, any final words you want to give the people?
I'm excited to see who comes out of the woodwork for this final premiere, man. It's going to be quite the banger. You guys cannot afford to miss it. Until then, we'll see you for the next one. Take it easy, y'all. We'll see you back on the streets in just a bit. Take care.
そうですね、もう今日除けばあと3節しかないですから、8、9、10。
見る側としてはやっぱり競ってほしいんで、ぜひみんなに頑張ってほしいなっていうところなんですけど、そこは勝負なんで、はい、注目して見ていきたいなと
いうのも本当プレーオフ圏内っていうチームも出てくるかと思いますのでね。
逆にやっぱりもうプレーオフ難しいってチームもそろそろ出てくる可能性があるので、はい、そこも含めて、ぜひ楽しんでいってください。
ぜひね、第10節までお付き合いよろしくお願いします。ということでストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2025 本日はディビジョン S 第7節の3試合をお届けいたしました。実況が私フリーダ、そして解説ははめこさんでお送りいたしました。はめこさんお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
この後は選手の音声入り本日のハイライト動画を流します。そちらもお楽しみに。それではディビジョン F 第7節でお会いしましょう。皆様さよなら。
さよなら。これはでもなんでしょう、一応バイパーに剣は結構いいんじゃないかと思いました。
これは2ゲージ持った状態でローパンサンダースラップキャンセル、これは SS
じゃあ
さあここからはむずい、一旦1入れ替えの成功。うわしっかりと隙間があるところ昇竜で落としてきた。
うまい。
さあここでしっかりと空振りを見逃さなかった。さあまずはモッチ
意味の動きになりますよ。これやるしかない。
打った、動いていないモッチ、動いていないモッチ。
いやーごめんなさい。
いや
しゃあないね。
うわバックステさばこうとしている龍吉なんですが、さあこれはゲージ切りたまらなかったですね。上野の前追撃打ったが
ジャッケ打って
ケアしている。
しょうがない。なんかなかったな。いやすいません。
おめでとうございます。4もリーサル見えるでしょう。
いやちょっと止めている。
両パンからアパカで
リーサルでしょうか。
バンキッシュまで。さあこれ黄色ゲージ
怪しいできる。
インパクトかくっている。
だから回復するか。
これバーンとしていないしていないがあダメ。ジャック取られた。
何その読み合い。いや何その読み合い。
仕方なし。おい。
やったー。
ナイス。
ゲージかな。いやここは1ゲージ。
1ゲージ温存の判断です。さあここから小林どう組み立てるか。戸倉は支援になっています。うわーバレット中盤確認。さあこれ確認している。この体力は残らない。
ドーンドーン。はい指導よかったな。
ナイス。
今日だけですでに2回目のバイパー登場。
バイパー記念日ですね今日は。
来ましたね。
攻撃を風の腰かけてるか。
おっと当たってる。先端で大パンヒット。
でも回復できそうか。
そうです。なんとか。うわあずらしてきた。そうです。
ごめん。ずらした。
なんとか。
何それ。
何したらいいかわからんかった。何してるかわからんかったな。
本日の最終戦となりますチームマッチ3。さあ川野のクリムゾンバイパー対するは高木のフランカー見てみましょう。
お願いします。
この状況、これは川野のバイパー帰ってこない。
マジ？素晴らしい。高木完璧。やっててよかった。やっててよかったマジで。高木ナイスありがとう。完璧な試合。素晴らしいです。
長引かせられれば。
そうですね。ああここはうまく内側まだ打撃空中ぐらい。
技キャンセル。
ああ止まらない。
うわよっしゃー。頭ナイス。あ、外しちゃった。やったー。よいしょー。やったー。
どうする？ガード！リボをガードしている。ここから
クイックラーツは
CA なので
残らないでしょう。
この体力は乗り越えられるか。リバでドライブ状況優勢。さあジャンプしてきた。
俺もハイタッチしたい。ナイス。
バイパーミラー実現という形になりました。
10月28日はバイパー記念日。
バイパー記念日。 中足ヒットかな。これは追撃ではなく、おーとさあしっかりと小さん相打ちここで中足
どうもいっす。
ごめん。
うまいっす。素晴らしい。よっしゃー。マジでありがとう。よっしゃーらー。マジでありがとう。よっしゃー。